Hello, and welcome to One Shot Wednesdays here at Weave the Tale. I am Mitchell, also known as Penny for Tail on all the social medias. We have a really special guest today. Um, Someone who, in my mind, after reading the PDFs of the book for the Between, is definitely some new and upcoming amazing mechanics that honestly, after reading it, I want to now implement into just like every game that I run. But without further gilding the lily, as they say, we have Jason Cordova. Why don't you go ahead and just kind of give us a little brief teaser about who you are and what we have tonight?
Yeah, thank you. My name is Jason. I am the founder of the Gauntlet Gaming Community and Publishing Group, and I am the author of The Between and a couple of other role playing games. So,
Awesome. So after this, of course, for people watching, we're having a wonderful interview with Jason. We will be hopping into a one shot of the Between, this amazing TTRPG game set in Victoria, London. Which kind of has some very unique things going on with it. One of my favorite aspects of the game is the unseen mechanic, which kind of while you're in your most climatic scene, you're kind of going back and forth from that scene to a scene totally unrelated to it, but have echoes of semblance to it, almost like a metaphor kind of expounding before you. Jason, what was the question that kind of brought up the answer of the unseen scene?
yeah, that's a great question. So when I was designing this game, my one of my main design goals was that the experience of playing it feel very cinematic. So I want it to feel like almost like a prestige TV drama, like while you're playing it, right? And one of the things that I incorporated into the game in order to make that happen is this idea of the unseen. And so the game, The Between, is about these monster hunters in Victorian era London, and they're sort of running around the city and like sort of trying to take out these monsters and serial killers and dangerous urban legends that are sort of plaguing the city. And while they're doing that, every now and then, especially at night, um, we sort of cut away from them to see what else is going on in the city of London at that same time, right? And and so when I was creating the game, I wanted it to feel kind of cinematic, but I also wanted it to feel like London was a character in the game as well. And so the unseen, which is this sort of this like side parallel scene with the main hunter scenes, kind of helps do that, right? It sort of establishes some like a vibe and a feeling about the city of London, and like you said, sort of creates some thematic connections between like the main story and sort of the city of London. So yeah, that was sort of like where I was going with that when I created that mechanic. It's quite unique in role playing games. I don't think there's anything like it out there, to be honest, and I'm pretty proud of it.
Yeah, as you should be. We're gonna try to include it into tonight's game, depending on the time, because they have a lot of cool unseen kind of scripts for you to follow, so that you as a GM don't need to prep or anything like that. You can just hop right into it and have these kind of like unique scenes. What was kind of your favorite use of the unseen scene?
You know, it's interesting because I think the thing about it is some groups, like, it takes a minute to kind of get accustomed to that mechanic because it is so kind of different from like what you normally find in a role playing game or a tabletop role playing game. And so I think the times when it's the best is when it kind of clicks with players and they sort of realize the power of what's going on there. And so because they get rewarded if they can sort of visually or thematically connect something that's happening with their characters to something that's happening in the unseen and vice versa, right? And so it's a it just generally, I guess, my favorite moment is when that clicks with the play group, and it starts to become this almost like a point of pride within the play group that they can sort of create these cool visuals, right? The between more than anything else, I have designed the game so that the game is constantly supporting you in like just saying really cool shit, right? Like you are always being given the tools to like just say evocative things, to describe evocative things. Like when you first arrive at a location, you sometimes you have to answer like a question as a group about something about the location. The threat structure, which is what the keeper, which is what we call the GM, what the keeper uses. The threat structure is just loaded with all kinds of stuff that the keeper can just grab and use in the moment. It just makes everybody at the table like seem like a role playing game rock star, and the unseen is probably it's one of those things where once the play group sort of like gets it, it just shines so much, and like everybody's just so excited by it. Yeah, so it's that kind of like click moment for me.
Yeah, was there any like I mean with all the talk of like cinematics and stuff like that, I'm trying to think, was there like a TV series or movie that you kind of were watching and were like, "Oh yeah, this is
Absolutely.
it."
Yeah, so if you've ever seen the TV show Penny Dreadful on Showtime, that
Hmm.
is probably the number one inspiration for the game. If you've watched Penny Dreadful, you can read the game and like see exactly where a lot of stuff is coming from. But and so that's the big one. But it takes inspirations from lots of different things. British horror classics like graphic novels like The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen and From Hell. But the real big influence is Penny Dreadful, right? And shows like it. I mean, look, there are shows that are coming out on Netflix now and other streaming services that are like in this same sort of genre. Those weren't my inspiration when I was writing the game, but the Between kind of really feels like those shows. So
Yeah, definitely. And what do you think that is, I guess, so interesting about the setting of kind of Victoria London that keeps like TTRPGers as well as like audiences coming back to that very particular time?
well, what I think is interesting about it is we have this idea of Victorian era London, or just the Victorian era. We have this idea of it being this sort of like cloistered, closed off, like moralistic, kind of time period. But I'm not sure that's true, right? Because a lot of the sort of media and literature of that day was very ghoulish and gory. The sort of the penny dreadfuls that the TV show gets its name from, these were basically like comic books that were just like extremely bloody and very sexual and just very for the time, like very, I would say, really quite risque. And so the Victorians, I think there was it's this like pretense, but then there's like this dark underbelly underneath it, and I think that's what makes it so enticing, right? And then of course we just have like the sort of historical things that were happening at that time that have survived, that we know about, like Jack the Ripper and things like that, right? So I think that's a big part of it, and also I think there's something about the fact that at this time London was like the center of the world, right? I mean, it was the crossroads of the world. It was a cosmopolitan city with all sorts of different, cultures and people and stuff happening. Like it was the place to be. So I think that's a lot of it.
Oh, definitely. So, other than that, we also have an outline for how play goes around, which I think is another unique perspective in the TTRPG genre. I mean, we're talking about you have your dusk, you have your day, you or dawn, day, dusk, and then nighttime. Each kind of
Yep.
having like certain things that are supposed to happen on that. What was kind of the design perspective on creating this outline instead of just being like, all right, players, here's the mysteries and here's the
Mhm.
unseen during the night? Like, what was kind of your thinking on that?
That's a great question. I think in a lot of role playing games we don't have structure like that. There certainly are games that do, right? Mouse Guard uses kind of a similar structure, right? But in general, it's not a thing. We sort of just sit down and start playing. I like the structure for this game not in all games necessarily, but it works in this game because this game asks a lot of the playgroup in terms of sort of asking the playgroup to sort of like get into a certain headspace at a certain time. During the day, the scenes should be casual and have a sort of casual, almost not safe, but like a very like almost like just uh, like a languid feel almost, right? And during the night, it should be like intense and visceral. And so, in order to sort of help emphasize those things, I created a structure that sort of helps players and play groups sort of get into that mindset. And the game also, because the game sort of requires players to give a lot of input in terms of world building. This is not like a GM. This is not all GM facing world building, right? The players do a lot of world building in this game. It's a collaborative process, and I think structure helps a collaborative game, right? I just think it just makes it easier to do a collaborative game, and so I chose the structure I did, dusk or dawn, day, dusk, and night, because the idea of London at day versus London at night is thematically important to the game. So
Yeah, and I really like kind of the difference between those two, and having like those safe time periods during the day and
mhm.
places to
Safer,
kind of,
safer.
especially during the night. Yeah, safer. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good thing to know. But for people watching, we're having a poll right now, which I think is very important, especially for the players coming up next. And James has been kind enough to kind of send over some of the threats, which I totally missed when I was first researching the game. So the two threats we are looking at today are St. James Street Ghost, and then Sally No Face. So if you're watching
Okay.
right now, feel free to vote, and that will, whatever comes up, that'll be the threat our players will have to deal with tonight. So your fate
Should,
is in
should
your
I give a
hands.
pitch so that I can give a pitch on both of them?
Yes.
That way
Oh,
people
that would be
can vote.
great. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah, yeah,
Please
yeah.
do.
So the game uses what's a structure for the GM or the keeper, which is called threats, and they're like scenarios basically. And the way I like to imagine it is if you think about Gotham City, like Gotham City, the Penguin and Catwoman and Joker, they're like all over the place. Like Batman might be dealing with Catwoman, but the Penguin is out there somewhere, right? This is kind of what this is. These threats are sort of they're bubbling up all over the place, and the characters have to sort of deal with them at different times. So the two threats that it sounds like you're going to choose from are the St. James's Street Ghost and Sally No Face. The St. James's Street Ghost is kind of a bottle mystery. It takes place in this townhouse where this family is being plagued by a ghost, and the characters have to figure out, the characters know it's a ghost going in, they know that much, but they have to figure out what can cause this ghost to pass on to the next world. Like what can we do to get it to move on? And so the mystery they're investigating is sort of what happened to the ghost, like why are they a ghost, why did they die, how did they die, and how can we create a ritual to get them to leave? So that's the idea behind the St. James Street Ghost. Sally No Face is it's about an urban legend, a and the mystery kicks off with a victim being found in their tenement building. Their face has been carefully surgically removed, and so the people are starting to think that it's this urban legend called Sally No Face, and Hargrave House. That's what we call our characters collectively. Hargrave House has to figure out. Um, they can approach it different ways. They can try to lure Sally No Face to them or the killer to them. They can try to find out where the killer is and go hunt them down there. Or they can take a slightly trickier but maybe safer approach, which is sort of why is the killer doing this and how can we bring them in peacefully by maybe empathizing with them a little bit, right? So they have like different approaches that you can take with that one. So yeah, but they're both great fun, and one's more supernatural, one's more grisly. So yeah.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. So people watching, please vote, and that'll be what we're tackling tonight. Um, But one other thing I really enjoyed, because any Powered by the Apocalypse game is 2d6 and you have your set of moves and such. But for this case, instead of kind of like all these different moves for different things, the moves are kind of divided up by the timetable, like day move, night move, the information move, the vulnerable move. Can you just kind of like go through those different move types, and why you like, especially between the day and the night move?
Sure, yeah.
Seems very interesting.
Yeah, so unlike a lot of Powered by the Apocalypse games, the Between does not have that many moves. As a sort of designer, I take a less is more approach, and so I think that a lot of PBTA games have too many moves, in my opinion. So I wanted to go with a smaller set, but they can be used with different stats, so there's some variety there. Um, so there's essentially like kind of a few core moves in the game: the day move and the night move, which are basically the same thing, except one happens at day and one happens at night. And then you have the information move, which is gathering clues. And then you have the vulnerable move, which probably won't come up in your one shot, but it might, which is essentially how we kind of learn more about the characters and see them be intimate with each other. And then there's the move that's called answer a question, which is how you sort of solve the mystery at hand, right? And so the day move and the night move, they're the same move, but they're written so that the night move is more dangerous. So when you engage with the night move, there's a greater chance of something really terrible happening to your character, right? And the Between doesn't have hit points or anything like that. Like, it can just be that your character just dies, right? Like, they just get murdered, right? As a result of a poor roll. But that's a bit misleading, because the game has this other mechanic called the Janus mask, and you can tap into the Janus mask to sort of get a do-over, right? Like, you get to bump up your roll so that you didn't actually die. We just kind of saw you die, but it didn't really happen. It was a different timeline, right? And so, but that's kind of the deal. So the day move and the night move are used basically whenever you do something risky, or there's something kind of really scary going on, and the characters are trying to keep their nerve, right, or try to like not lose their nerve. And you just roll it, and there's a little bit of a kind of a negotiation between the player and the keeper, because the player has to say what they're afraid of, like what will happen if they fail, right? And in the case of the night move, the keeper says how it's worse than that, right? So that's what makes it more dangerous, because the keeper says, yeah, that's true, and it's even worse because of this, right? And so, but yeah, basically it's a sort of catch-all move for like lots of different risky activities in the story. And then the information move is used anytime the characters are trying to gather information, whether that's through research or talking to NPCs, or um, you know, studying a tome or something like that, right? So, studying a
Yeah,
body.
definitely. Yeah. I love it, and especially like the information move and the answer question. The way that the kind of mystery unfolds, particularly the answer a question, as you gather up clues and stuff like that. I mean, it definitely is way more player facing than a lot of other
Absolutely, yeah.
mystery TTRPGs. You know, we've dealt here on the channel, and I've dealt with. So for that, for GMs or keepers, for this instance, wanting to run this, what kind of advice would you give for kind of that shift?
Yeah, so the thing about the mystery, if you're accustomed to mystery role playing games, is this is very different. This is kind of a unique thing in the hobby. I would say it didn't start with this game, because my other game, Brindlewood Bay, did it first. But the way the mystery system works is there is no canonical solution to these questions, right? We don't know what will make the St. James's Street ghost go away. We don't know what can draw Sally No Face to us. We don't know the answers to those questions. Like, there's no canonical answer. The keeper doesn't know. We just have clues that the characters find, and the clues are a little freeform. Like, you can kind of if you're giving a clue to the players, you can kind of twist it and shape it to make it fit the moment, right? It doesn't have to be exactly as it's written on the sheet, but you can sort of adapt it to make it make sense, right? Or you could even do a clue that's just kind of vaguely inspired by a clue that's on there. That's fine too. But basically, you'll be collecting these clues, and then when it's time, and I hope you all get to it during your one shot. You may not, but I hope you do. When it's time to do answer a question, the players just, this is not part of the day night phase, it's just a thing the players do. The players just have a discussion like, okay, here are our clues, and based off these clues, here's what we think happened, or here's what we think the answer is. Right? And this is how we make the ghost go away, or this is what happened to Sally No Face that caused them to be a killer, right? Like you just have this conversation, and you can kind of, you can sort of like add in extra context that maybe we didn't see in play. You can sort of like sprinkle some extra context in to make your theory fit, and that's fine. But at the end of the day, if it works right, it should feel like the players are like legitimately solving the mystery, because they kind of are, because no one, it's something that no one at the table, including the keeper, knows the answer to. So it's very collaborative, and it feels really great when the group is kind of really into it, you know.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of some of my favorite mystery and just TTRPG moments where the GM kind of lets the players decide like how exactly it's going to be solved. You know, the GM
Yeah,
might have an
yeah,
answer, but they're like, you know what, that sounds way better than the answer that I had.
yeah,
Let's go
right.
with that. And I
Yeah,
like that
like
it's kind of codified.
you asked about like advice for GMs or for keepers running the game, and really, truly, the best advice is just sort of just be prepared to be excited and surprised. Like think about the clues, think about how the clues might be used and how you can kind of dole them out when the time is right. But at the end of the day, you're really just sort of you're all kind of in this together, and figuring out the mystery together. And yeah, it's super fun. You have to kind of you have to sort of let go of the steering wheel a little bit, and that's okay. Your job as the keeper is more to just manage that structure, that day night structure, so that everything is kind of going when it's supposed to,
Hmm.
and the players will take care of the mystery. So
Heck yeah, yeah! I'm really excited to see them try out, and it looks like we have a winner, which
okay,
is Sally No Face.
I knew it was going to be Sally. I knew it. I think my pitch for Sally was better. So
I mean, it has a very enticing name, just No
yeah,
Face, especially
yeah,
when we think about the Face Off movie with Nicolas Cage, is
yeah,
what I was thinking of
yeah.
when I first saw it, which is pretty cool. So you have this game, but you also have your previous game, which has a lot of mechanics that kind of went along with this too. How did you
Yes. Yep.
start in like the whole game designing world? What was kind of your first like this is my answer and this is my question moving
Yeah.
forward and this is how I want to like progress?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I did publishing first. I was publishing other people's games way before I wrote my own. And so that was probably where it started. But really, I mean, I think a lot of it is, so I have podcasts of my own that I co-host as part of the Gauntlet Network. And and we would talk about these things. We would talk about like, you know, mystery RPGs are okay sometimes, but I wish they did X, Y, or Z better. And so we kind of we're always having conversations like that. And so I got into writing Brindlewood Bay, my first game, and that was fairly recently. I think I started writing that like in 2019, like late 2019. And I the the sort of like idea behind it was, so I was actually writing the between first, and I was running into a bit of a brick wall with the mystery system. And so I decided to write a smaller, more focused game, which is what Brindlewood Bay is, to sort of try out the mystery mechanics to make sure they work. And then I went back to the between. So Brindlewood Bay, it was kind of like a sketch for the between, basically, right? Like I sort of tried some stuff out there first, but it's a great game in its own right. I mean, it's basically combines Murder She Wrote with like sort of Lovecraftian style fiction, right? So it's weird horror and cozy murder mystery combined.
Yeah.
And so you play like elderly women in this like little seaside town, Brindlewood Bay, who are solving real life murder mysteries, and but as they do this, they start to learn about this dark occult conspiracy that connects the murders, and so they have to deal with that at some point. And that game was exclusively about solving the mystery, was just murders, and so I could try out my mystery system just in this like kind of smaller scope to make sure it worked, and then I sort of like expanded it and blew it up in the between to be all kinds of things, right? And so but how I got started, I was publishing first. We at the Gauntlet, we've been publishing a little indie RPG magazine for probably 5 years now called Codex, and so I was publishing lots of indie creators, lots of we really focused on like our focus in Codex was on authors and writers who are not yet published anywhere. We focused on authors and writers with marginalized identities, particularly like queer identities. And so that was just sort of what we were doing. We did that for a long time, and we still do. And but at a certain point, I just decided, I want to write my own game. So I'm having fun publishing other people's games, and that's great. I'm happy to give
Yeah.
them a platform to people, but I have ideas too. And so yeah, that's where it came from.
Oh, definitely. And this is the, I think, second mystery game where there was kind of a codified clue and mystery system. The other one being Baker Street, which is the
Yes,
Sherlock
yeah,
Holmes
yep,
TTRPG, which I really enjoy
yeah,
as well.
yeah,
But
it's
for
good.
people watching, yeah, it's really good. What were the can you explain kind of the clue system and how you kind of view GMs and players kind of unfolding the clues as throughout the night?
Yeah, so I think part of with a lot of like mystery role playing games, in my experience, one of the problems you kind of run into is there's like two big problems. The first big problem you frequently run into is there's just a lot of prep for the GM. So the GM has to like very carefully like read the mystery that they're doing, or they have to write one, and everything has to fit together just so, and that's a lot of work. The other sort of issue you run into in a mystery role-playing game is it sometimes just doesn't feel like you're solving a mystery. Like it just feels like a little too um, well, that's not quite the right way of putting it. Sometimes in a mystery role-playing game you run into this issue of, we didn't go into the basement in order to find clue A. And because we didn't do that, we don't really know what to do now. Right? So like the GM has to kind of like step in and say, okay, you have to go to the basement to find that thing down there. And it just kind of comes off as a little hand-holdy or artificial, or in the worst case scenario, the game just kind of stops because the players didn't approach it in the way that the GM expected them to, or that the module expected them to. And so I was really wanting to like defeat those two big problems that I saw in mystery role playing games. And so I played this other game quite a lot called Cthulhu Dark, which is a sort of very rules light Cthulhu mythos mystery game. And Cthulhu Dark has this more free-form approach. It's not quite like my game, but it's kind of similar, where basically no matter where you look, you can find a clue or you can advance the story. So it's not like you have to go look in specific places. It's just you can kind of look wherever, and stuff is happening. I I sort of like focused that a little bit in my design and said, okay, here's the list of clues. These clues can be put wherever the players are looking. So wherever they're looking, you can find a clue that'll fit. And so it eliminates that problem of, okay, we're not looking in the right place. But then also, because the structure has like everything that the GM needs right there, and it's so fast because you can like just literally read it in like 10 minutes and be ready to go. Um, that that eliminates the sort of like heavy prep problem too, right? Because it's not like the
I
players have to
have
like,
a
yeah,
I don't know if you've used something like NVIDIA Broadcast before, but it's just like an AI powered noise canceling program. If you're willing to try it, it could completely eliminate the AC sound.
I don't know what that was, but
Yeah, that was God. Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I
Go
don't think
ahead.
it's not that much setup. I'll send a link. You can decide.
I think we have a hot
I'll
mic
message him.
situation.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so basically, yeah, I just wanted it to be more flexible, basically, right? Like it's a flexible mystery because there's no canonical solution. The GM doesn't really have to prepare that much because the players are going to figure it out. So yeah.
Yeah, I really, especially like you know, as a GM, whenever they look at a clue, you're in those like kind of preppy prep the prep heavy TTRPGs.
Prep
You're like,
heavy,
all
yeah,
right,
yeah.
this clue is going to bring in this aspect of the mystery, and it's kind of interesting for the keeper to be like, I have no idea what this clue is going to be concerning these players and what they eventually answer the question using this clue. You know what that going to look like. So having that mystery for the keeper, I think, makes the whole game more engaging for every player. The
Oh
keeper
yeah,
being one of the
yeah,
players.
absolutely, yeah, absolutely. And again, like as the keeper, your job is to make sure the train runs on time, right? Just make sure the phases are going and make sure that everybody gets enough screen time and everybody gets a chance to do something and then that's your job, and then like it's the player's job to sort of like eventually say, okay, here's the mystery, let's figure out what's going on here, you know. So it's nice. It's a I don't want to say the game runs itself because you may not feel that way in 10 minutes, but
Well, I'm going
but
to
it kind of
expect
does.
it to run
It kind
like
of
that.
does.
I'm just going
Yeah.
to sit back.
People tell me frequently that it feels like it runs itself, which is nice. So
Excellent. Yeah, when we start, I'm just gonna be like, guys, this runs itself. If it doesn't, like
have fun.
Jason's gonna come up on here. Yeah. Oh, but yeah, for everyone watching, feel free to ask questions. Especially like, I feel like we have someone who's definitely gifted and has a lot of experience with mysteries, and especially mystery horror games. So if you have any questions, feel free to drop them over in the chat before. But this right here is we were talking earlier and you said like you still have maybe like a year or a year and a half before this kind of goes live and we see like a physical book, if I understood that correctly. Between now and then, what are you expecting the game to continue to grow, or are you kind of play
Yes.
testing certain things? Can you expound on
Yes.
that?
Absolutely. So the way we sort of roll out our games in the Gauntlet Publishing, we did this with our game trophy and then with Brentwood Bay as well, is we put out the sort of basic core rules and a few little things to go with it, which is what we have right now, and then we release stuff just regularly for it after that, mostly through our Patreon, but also we eventually make it available in other places too. And so we'll have new threats, we'll have new playbooks. We have stuff planned for like probably the next like 9 months or so. So we'll be supporting this game quite a lot. And we also like to sort of really engage the community a lot. And so we do writing contests for our games. And so we did a couple of writing contests with our games trophy, which was really, really popular. And so we're going to be doing the same thing for the Between. It actually starts tomorrow. And so, but basically it's going to be a contest for like writing new threats for the game, and it's it's mostly for fun. There is a cash prize for like the winner and the runners up, but it's mostly just a sort of way to sort of just to kind of stretch your creative muscles a little bit and to kind of engage with the system a little bit, and then once you're done, you can take your mysteries and go sell them on itch.io or wherever you want. So yeah.
Excellent. And so where will that be kind of announced at? Where if people
Yeah.
on the chat, people watching
Mhm.
it want to check it out?
The best way to learn about it, just like when it launches, is just follow the Gauntlet on Twitter. So it's at Gauntlet RPG, GAUNTLET RPG, and they'll announce it when it's time, and then we'll have it on the website as well. So once they announce it, they'll have a link for all the information that you need to participate. So.
Excellent. And thank you, Time Lord's wife, for rating us right now. We are currently talking to James Grova, who is the designer for The Between, a new and upcoming TTRPG set in Victoria, London, filled with mystery, drives itself, DM, light prep work in this case. So we're really excited to have James here. And then afterwards, of course, we're going to take a quick break and then hop right into a mystery, Sally No Face, which was voted on and adored by the fandom. But of course, for our last kind of time here, feel free to post questions or anything you might have for James, because we have a really cool resource right here. And for those who are also curious about the Gauntlet, as well as the links you need to follow in order to keep up to date, you can see it right below if you're watching on YouTube. Just click it, especially that contest, like for writers and stuff like that. That sounds like a lot of fun. And these threats look really, really cool. Definitely check them out. So as someone who really enjoys art and stuff like that within TTRPGs, as you guys move forward, and obviously the character sheets in themselves have a very nice, like, Victorian look to it. Like the American was all bold, and I was like, yeah, that's the American. But yeah, what are you guys thinking in terms of kind of the art direction moving up, or have you guys like kind of thought about what it would look like?
I mean, it's pretty well settled. I mean, the game already has like I think that we have like 13 illustrations in there already in the PDF, and then we'll have more as it progresses. But the artist is Amanda Lee Frank. Uh, Amanda has kind of reputation in the OSR, like sort of like indie dungeon crawl like scene, and she's done a lot of like Kickstarters for like her own projects, and so she has this really nice like style. And what she did for the artwork style is what I asked for anyway, and what she turned in was I wanted it to feel both like a Penny Dreadful comic from the Victorian era, but also just a little more modern and approachable than that. So it kind of combines this sort of old aesthetic with a sort of more like with modern sort of like visual touches. And so you can kind of see that throughout the artwork. And then the graphic design is by Harold Eckmuller, and and Harold basically had the same this I had the same like guidelines for him, which was I want it to be really accessible and easy to read and feel modern, but I want it to have aesthetic flourishes that are like of the era, and that's what he did, and we're really happy with it. Probably when we, next year, maybe when we do like a Kickstarter for like bigger, more expanded version of the game, that includes all the stuff we've been releasing for it until then. We'll probably have like more color pieces. Right now it's pretty much black and white besides the cover, but we'll probably do some more color pieces like for that. But we're pretty well going to stick with the style we have. We like this sort of like period like kind of style. So.
Yeah, it looks really cool, and like as you said, like the Penny Dreadful comic books, like I mean, just looking at the one on the on page 41 with the keeper basics and stuff like that. Right before that, it just has like a very like I'm about to open up a page of a comic book in that kind of old school way, which I thought was really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's meant to feel um, like of another era, but also like with lots of little details. Like you can kind of just kind of pick out lots of little tiny details.
Yeah.
Sure, so it's fun. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. So we have one question, and it totally skipped my mind because I know we're not going to be dealing with it tonight. But Chaotic Blade, who has run this game before, which is really cool. That's awesome to hear, and would love to hear more people who've run it. Could you talk about the Mastermind?
Sure, yeah. So the Between is meant to be run as a campaign. So it was designed to be run in like I think a full campaign, in my experience, it usually takes about 10, 11 sessions, something like that. And the thing that connects up all the different monstrous threats is this thing called the Mastermind. And so there is a criminal mastermind in the city who is sort of the puppet master, or in our case, with our first mastermind, a puppet mistress, sort of controlling or they're basically, their goal is to destroy the empire, right? They want to destroy, the, the crown, right? And you have to eventually face them and stop them, right? And the way it works though is you have this sheet. It's called the Mastermind Sheet, and our first mastermind that the game comes with is called is a woman named Theodora Brathwaite. She is originally she was like a pirate queen in the Caribbean, but then she sort of became legit and sort of became this like powerful like merchant, and now she lives in England, and she's sort of always been at war with Queen Victoria, like they're sort of social rivals, and she wants to bring her down. And so you have this sheet with like all the details you need to know about Theodora Brathwaite, but lots of space to sort of fill in your own ideas about what you think is sort of really happening, right? And you sort of like refine those ideas every time you play, and you kind of like make adjustments to what Theodora's big plan is. And so as you play the game, you collect these things called mastermind clues. So there's regular clues, which are for the threats, and then you have mastermind clues. And mastermind clues are just a timekeeping device, because every time you get a certain amount of them, you open up a new part of the mastermind sheet. And so whenever you open up one of those new parts, it's Theodora starts to become more and more involved in the story. She becomes more of a menace. She becomes more something you have to deal with. And eventually, at the end of the campaign, you as the keeper will write your own threat that's about Theodora Brathwaite, and the hunters have to stop her from what she's trying to accomplish. And that's how it works, you know.
Oh, that is really awesome. Once again, we won't be able to do it tonight. We might have a teaser.
Yeah, it won't come up tonight. Yeah.
As much as I would love, because it does look amazing. And I love the idea of a mastermind behind all of these sort of creepy mysteries as you guys try to survive the streets of Victoria, London. So we are coming up at the end of our time. We're going to have a short 10-minute break before we hop into the between to truly test out and enjoy this amazing game. Thank you so much, Jason. Did you have any final comments for people watching?
No, only that the game is available now on Drive Through RPG. I assume we'll have a link somewhere, but you can find those links on my own Twitter as well, which is Jason Cordova 6, JASON CORDOVA 6, and also that Gauntlet Twitter that I mentioned earlier. But yeah, go pick it up. I think you'll really love it. I mean, it's $15. It's a terrific value. You get so much stuff for your $15. So, and like I said, we're supporting the game like basically nonstop. So like there's just more stuff coming. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Everyone, please check it out. And the link to the drive-through, thank you, Loud Atlas, for posting up on there. And we'll have this stuff circulating as the game goes on. Check them out, support. This is an amazing game, especially if you, the GM, want to become more of a player and enjoy this fantastic journey along with your players. Amazing stuff. So once again, thank you so much, Jason. And
thank
for
you.
everyone else, we will see thee later. 3 seconds from when you just said, or probably? Oh, yeah. Hi, welcome. we're totes professionals here at Weave the Tale. Really, we were just kind of chatting about all the cool things we're going to get into tonight, as well as the amazing mysteries and why doesn't Sally have a face? All these things we're going to get into and more. But before we go do that, let's do around the table as we all sit, get our Doritos, our Mountain Dew, whatever alcoholic beverages you might have for this sort of game. I just have coffee. But let's introduce ourselves. Just out of character. Oh, Paul, that's perfect. And I think we'll start with Paul with that, the very amazing glass there.
Hi all, I'm Paul. You can find me at Paul Marchant 6 at Twitter, and you can also find me running the Asunder game on Tuesdays. That's really all I've got going on.
Yeah, which is amazing. Asunder was on Kickstarter not too long ago, and perfect. I really enjoy it. All right, going down to Halfling Nick.
Hi, I am Nikki, and I am at Halfling_Nick everywhere that I am on social media for. And I am the co-creator of TTRPG, and that's all spelled in chat.
Awesome sauce. Make sure to follow these people, by the way. Their Twitters are like right above their heads. And then swooping on over, Archival Dustbun.
Hey, I'm Anna, also known as Archival Dust Bunny. You can find me on Twitter at Archival Dust Bunny. I stream around a couple different channels. I play Cyberpunk Red over on Guild of the Phoenix. Starting next week, we'll be playing an Animorphs-themed Blades in the Dark campaign over on Valdrin's Twitch channel, so make sure to check that out.
Ooh, both amazing Twitch channels. All right, and Chaos Woods.
Hi, I'm Zach. I'm at Chaos Woods. I guess the thing I would say about me is I recently became a professional DM where I run games for people online. I'm currently running a beginner's how-to of the starter set, the Tomb. I can't remember his name.
It's like Tomb of the Horrors, right? Is that?
No, Lost Mines of Phandelver. That was it.
There we go. Awesome stuff. Yeah, so make sure to check all these people out. I am Penny for a Tale. You can find me, for the most part, here and on Penny for a Tale, the Twitch channel. Other than that, you can also find me on Veldrith Friday playing Coriolis. And then later on today, I think we're doing a recording of Monster of the Week with Brambleberry Games. So a lot of cool things coming up. Definitely stay in tune. But we don't have much time, at least in terms of running the between. I just started talking to Jason and all that stuff. The interview was before, and we already have to cut things in order to kind of fit it into this beautiful segment, this one shot. Mostly it is for campaigns and stuff like that, but we are going to do our best and hop into this Victorian London, as we say. So we come into the house. The beautiful, gorgeous mansion, reminiscent of a much older time with the kind of the steeples and the bells, gargoyles kind of glancing down from the third and fourth floors, as well as a nice little garden on the second floor. This is Hargrave House. A place where hunters, these particular hunters, have gathered under a patron in order to hunt down the dark and malevolent things that haunt Victoria, London, England. And so we are in the day cycle right now. This will kind of, as we're going through it, we'll go through different cycles, and each of these things mean different things, but will be kind of explained as we go on. But for the daytime, it is assumed that you are slightly more safe than if it were the nighttime, as obvious as that is. But here at the house, we're going to go around just like we did before, describe your character. And then we're also going to describe a certain area in this house. And for this, I think let's go with, actually, we'll throw it over to Paul. What area of the house is everyone kind of gathering at? So describe your character and add one detail to this place.
Marcus Drake is a newer addition to this area of London. He traveled in from the Dark Continent, we'll say. And he would be wanting to greet everyone in the salon as he is trying to make his way around London, trying to be a little bit more sociable and deal with this new land that he's not so sure of sometimes.
Excellent. And what is a particular thing in the salon that kind of resonates with you?
The way that the chandeliers and the lighting shade everything, the fact that the shadows in the salon are less amplified, the fact that it's brighter here, not necessarily during the daytime, but at the night, it's one of the brightest rooms in the house.
Ooh, I like it. All right, going down to Helena. Describe your character, what they're doing in the salon, as well as one detail that kind of captures your attention concerning this place. Muted halfling.
He's muted.
Not yet, no. As Halfling is troubleshooting that, we will go on over to archival Elizabeth. Same questions.
So Elizabeth is lounging in a chair by the window. Just kind of cleaning under her nails with a knife. Button-up shirt, suspenders. Still carries the trademark American look. She's new here to London. Traveled the U.S. West for a while, throwing knives. She was known as Elizabeth the Razorblade Cooper. She was in the salon now. She was told we were meeting with someone, so she made her way down. The feature that really stands out, I think, is the window itself. The way it looks out on the street, whether it's day or night, you get a really good view of life in the city, the humming and the carriages and the people and all the sights like that.
Excellent. All right, going up to Liam. Same thing.
I'd say Liam is sitting in a corner reading a book with a drink in his hand. There's a drink cart next to him, and I think what draws attention is none of the drinks look normal. Like, some are bubbling, some are glowing, some look like they have something floating in them. They all look like fantastical drinks that shouldn't exist.
Excellent. And Helena, let's see if we got it all fixed. Maybe. No, not yet, unfortunately. We'll work on that. But in the meantime, so the Daily Telegraph has a story about a washerwoman named Clara Yalborough, who was found dead in a hallway of her tenement house in Whitechapel. Her face had been carefully removed. This is the third crime this month. The other two victims, Edward Clive and Dolly Merriweather, also lived in Whitechapel. People are already saying it's old Sally No Face who's doing it. But Sally No Face is just a legend. children had been singing her song in the streets for as long as anyone can remember. Poor old Sally, trapped in a fire, her looks burned up without a trace. If you're lovely, with fate most dire, she'll come and take your lovely face. So going on over to Elizabeth, we are going to choose you as the hunter who has a history with Clary Yarborough. What is that history, and how did you know her?
Can you hear me? Sorry, I wouldn't unmute. What's going on? When I first arrived in London, I had an issue of finding a place I could wash my clothes that wouldn't mess them up. Very particular about that. Very particular about how I look. I have a certain reputation that I'm supposed to maintain. So after some searching and a few difficult trials and errors, she was the person that I settled on.
Excellent. And having heard of this very unfortunate event with everyone kind of gathered in this salon, how are you taking the news?
Pretty surprised. I mean, I hate to admit it, but in the back of my mind, I'm thinking I'm going to have to find somebody else now. But also feel bad for her. Nobody deserves that. So I'm definitely listening to the conversation with attention.
Excellent. And that same newspaper is kind of in the center of the salon. So something everyone would know. And maybe I think Elizabeth kind of doesn't really have an external response to this. It sounds like.
Yeah, she's
All right, cool.
playing it cool, as she usually tries to do. She always has to be the composed one.
Excellent. All right, we'll go over to Liam Jaggard. What is kind of on your docket for the daytime? What is Liam up to?
So are we like investigating the death?
It sounds like it. There's definitely enough deaths to warrant a peek-see into the events that are transpiring, and definitely this house is meant to kind of look into these very dark aspects. But during the day is kind of your time to not only speak onto what your character does, like when there aren't battling evil in the night, and also kind of how do you start investigating.
I think what Liam would do is start doing research. Like, is there a type of creature that like this the profile of?
Ooh. All right, cool. Go ahead, and we're going to our first roll of the day. So like any Powered by the Apocalypse game is 2d6. You get to pick the applicable attribute or ability, and what you're doing is the information move.
Okay. So I pick the ability.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What are you? I guess how are you approaching this?
I think reason would make sense.
Sounds good.
Like I'm doing research. That's 6 total.
All right, cool. So 6 total obviously is a miss, unfortunately. But with most Powered by Apocalypse games, we're still yeah, we're gonna continue to push on. And so I think for the consequences of this, like as your and I assume are you using the Hargrave House library, or are you going elsewhere?
I think this would be the best place to look.
Still can't hear me?
We can hear you now.
You can't
We hear
me now.
you!
That's
Yes!
so weird.
Oh, that is
It's weird when
perfect.
things work better in Edge than Google Chrome. Wow.
Oh, it must be a conspiracy by the Edge creators. Like, it's just something. All right, cool. So while we think about the consequences for Liam's actions, research wise, let's go over to Helena and all those questions before. Bring us up to date.
Okay, so Helena Bennett is one of the foremost research scientists and doctors in the London area. She recently went into early retirement, and this nobody really knows why. She just up and quit her job recently. She looks like this. And the thing that interests her in the salon is the bookshelf full of anatomy books.
Excellent. All right. So before we kind of go back to the consequences of Liam, we will go over to Helena. What are you doing during this daytime?
So I unfortunately did not hear what had happened that Elizabeth was upset about. So could you refresh me real quick?
Yeah, of course. So it appears that there have been a string of murders attributed to a old folk legend named Sally No Face, who has a nice lyrical chime that goes along with this legend as well. But here in the Whitechapel area, 3 individuals have had their face carved perfectly off. The latest one being a associate of Elizabeth.
Got it. And we haven't gone to see this body yet?
Correct, yeah. It's kind of, you guys are, this is the daytime, the newspaper just came in. You might be enjoying some tea or early breakfast. Liam has gone off to the library.
Okay. I think then that Helena would be reading about ways in which you could remove a face without destroying it and keep the blood from leaving the body, that kind of thing. So medical stuff.
Excellent.
Creepy medical stuff.
Yeah. The ones that are normally found in books. Are you using the Hargrave House library or another location?
Could I have my own personal library? As a former doctor, maybe I have a study. Mm-hmm. I would like to use my own personal area.
Excellent. All right, go ahead and roll that 2d6. Let me know what ability you're using for that as well.
Got it. And I'm going to use reason. That's only a 5.
Okay. No, that's fine. That's just totally cool. All right, so we will deal with that. We're going to gather all those complications, and we're going to deal with it a little bit later as you guys are researching. But let's go over to Marquise Drake. What is your character up to?
I'm going to glance at this newspaper, and then I'm going to go speak to Elizabeth and ask if this is not the person that she recommended that I should take my clothes to. And if they're cutting faces off people in this town, I would like to hit the streets, but I don't tend to like to go places alone because I look like this. And if they're cutting faces off of beautiful people, I think not. So if you would like to accompany me to go speak to the associates of your deceased acquaintance, that would be lovely, Razor.
Yeah, let's get out of here. It's too quiet with them reading anyways.
Yep. You know the English, they're always stuck in their books.
I've learned that. Yeah.
Mhm.
I'll lead the way.
We're gonna go hit the area and to try to go talk to people around the area of the slang and see what we can dig up.
Excellent. All right, cool. In that case, why don't each of you, depending on how you're going about this, it definitely seems like Marquise is going to take a more charismatic, fearing that their face might be taken because of how beautiful it is.
Yeah.
But Elizabeth, how is your character approaching this area?
Well, I can do. I think she comes off as a bit intimidating. She's a bit tall, a little broad. So just clicked off my playbook. I think presence is that.
Are we good cop, bad copping this?
It sounds like
Sure.
it.
I feel like we're good cop, bad copping this.
It sounds like a plan.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is perfect. All right, you two, go ahead and roll your dice. This is, of course, This is an information move using your applicable abilities. Hold on to those numbers as we go back to the consequences of both Liam and Helena. So as you guys are looking over your items, each individually alone in the house right now, everyone has left you, especially in the library, like it has like the curtains and stuff blocking out the light, so you kind of reliant upon candlelight as well as other little light sources, but you get to a book, right? Each of you get to the book, and if we're like watching this on TV, the moment each of you flip over the book, you each see a little sketch of people that you know. For Liam, you see a sketch of Elizabeth. For Marquise, for Helena, you see a sketch of Marquise. Each one is like this atomically, like Da Vinci, like sketch with little kind of clippings around the face. And a smile, like a little smiley face on the top right corner. So, going back to Marquise and Elizabeth,
Mm-hmm.
how y'all doing?
We're good.
I rolled a
I
12.
You
Elizabeth
rolled a
got a
12?
Mm-hmm.
Marquise, what'd you get?
I got a 7.
All right. That's where all the good rolls went. It just went to Elizabeth, apparently.
Yep.
Awesome. So, for a 12, because a 10 to 12 is a regular hit, but a 12 is like an extra level of success. Not only do you find a clue, but you also get a mastermind clue. Obviously, the mastermind, we're not really going into that much this session because it's mostly meant for a long-form campaign, but we'll still give something for that. For the 7, you get a clue, but a complication will arise either via it or around it. So let me go grab these clues real quick.
Sounds good.
Excellent. And it's kind of up to you as I say the clue, how you find it and how you kind of you write the scene on how all of this comes about. All right. So, this is tough. So for Elizabeth, you find a receipt for several bolts of very expensive fabric, and for Marquise, Your clue is a red smudge, believed to be blood, but on closer inspection is rouge. Rouge. Yeah, I think I'm saying that right.
Rouge?
Yeah, rouge. Mm-hmm.
Right.
So for each of you, and we'll probably start with Marquise in this case. Like, how did you find this thing? And for you, like, what complication arose during this time?
Sure. So the Marquis has the Marcus has it's Marcus, not Marquis. I know they're spelled the same, but we'll get to that.
Sorry.
It's totally fine. Marcus has a habit of betting socialites. He's a very Mr. Steal Your Girl since he's been in town, and the problem arises because he is basically trying to nice guy flirt his way into the situation. Notices when he first sees blood, notices it's rouge on the wall, and realizes that the person he has been flirting with is the servant of of a married person he slept with. So she recognizes him as somebody that betted his mistress.
Yeah, they're like, hey, I know that voice.
Yeah, I know that voice. I've heard it whisper sweet nothings. He will quickly try to smooth talk his way out of that, if not bribe his way out if he has to. But he will recognize, like, that's not blood, that's rouge, and that is interesting and out of place here. But he'll make note of it, and if he can match it to somebody else's makeup box that he might know, it is something he would do.
Excellent. So for this complication, I mean, obviously this servant is very entranced by the idea that possibly they might be able to get like a slight raise or maybe even reward for kind of providing this information of the secret lover. So they definitely seem like they are thinking of possibly turning you in. So this would be a day move, depending on how you want to approach it, and that's up to you with the ability.
He's gonna go ahead and let it slide if they want to try to turn him in. For now.
Ooh.
Like
right.
if they want to pull the trigger on that, myself and their compatriot their employer can have a conversation later.
All right, cool. I'm gonna take that complication.
It doesn't socially hurt him at all. It hurts.
Yeah. I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna put it to the side for later.
Yeah.
All right, Elizabeth. How did you come across your clue? Yeah.
So a receipt for bolts of expensive fabric. I feel like I probably would have found that where she worked. So with my composure, just kind of pretending I'm supposed to be there, despite the police being there, despite the other workers being there. Nobody really questions me. I just kind of walk in, do what I'm trying to do. I've learned that in London, if they don't have to talk to the American, they don't. So just going in and starting to rifle around, and I find that tucked underneath a couple of books, crumpled up. And I glance at it and toss it to the side at first, and then stop because it's a very weird thing for her to have this expensive fabric, well beyond her means. So I pocket it and look around a bit more, and then kind of casually walk out.
Yeah. And how American does Elizabeth look?
Fairly American. She carries that sort of stereotypical Wild West look. She traveled in a show for a while through the Wild West. So she carries that kind of character look with her to London, which just exasperates things. And she doesn't hide it. Yeah. She doesn't hide her accent or anything like that. She doesn't mind standing out.
Yeah, and definitely that playbook, you can think of who that was in the Penny Dreadful, which is this kind of is based off of, as well as like League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, both of those.
Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect for that. All right, cool. So yeah, you guys have a decent amount of time working your way through the streets and such. Coming back to the Hargrave house, we are coming to the dusk. So if there's anything on your playbooks or anything that say you need to deal with, let me know. Otherwise, each of you guys are once again going to kind of paint a scene about where you guys will be gathering and kind of what unique thing is in that scene as we continue to kind of build this Hargrave house. And so since we had Paul do it before, let's have Halfling start us off. Like where is everyone gathering, and then what's that kind of unique thing that brings your attention?
I think that we are gathering in the dining room for afternoon tea or high tea. And what I particularly like about this room is how sterile it is. I like how clean it is. It's not very lavishly decorated.
Perfect. All right, Elizabeth?
Sorry, what room was it? That sound skipped for a moment for me.
We're in the dining room for tea.
Dining room, okay. And I do have something that I have to roll for at the beginning of the dust phase, so whenever you want me to do that, I can do that.
Excellent. Well, why don't we take care of that now? That's perfect.
Okay, so I have to roll for the quickening.
Yes.
Oh no. You know what? I really don't want the negative effects of this. I am going to already invoke the Janus mask to
Okay,
to
excellent.
bump me up
yeah,
to the next level.
The Janus mask is a really unique mechanic where you can and you kind of look at altering timelines where and for this case I encourage you to kind of play out the scene where you failed, but obviously that's not what we're going with moving forward. So before we kind of go into what happens in the better timeline where you get that higher up success, what would have happened in this timeline for this particular thing?
On a 7, I just barely keep my curse in check, which takes a lot of energy and drains me physically. I think at some point during the night, it would cause me to make a mistake, to slip on a ledge or miss grabbing something, probably end up falling to my death.
All Gaston-like as you reach out, falling
Yeah.
onto the London
Don't quite
streets
have the
below.
strength to hold it.
Yeah. All right, cool. But you have you're using the Janus mask, which is amazing. Pushing that hit with a complication, right, to a full hit, correct?
Yes. It bumps it up to, a full hit. So I'm actually, instead of drained, my body is stronger and faster. And I keep it in check. So I roll with advantage when taking actions that use vitality until the next dawn.
Yeah, excellent. All right, so what's the unique thing for this dining room?
It is the carved wooden relief around the fireplace that I have turned into target practice when everyone else has gone to bed. There's a few nicks and scrapes, a couple deep dents in it from my throwing knives. There's a number of interesting images of animals in that on there. So after I've had a little too much to drink and I'm up by myself, I've been known to throw a few knives that way, and I've grown attached to it because of that.
Excellent. And are you drinking tea or something else?
It's dusk. We're probably going to go out and do something dangerous. I'm probably having a little whiskey. Just help keep me settled.
Excellent. All right, going on up to Liam. Go ahead.
I think Liam would be a little shaken from his mishap. He has experience with dark things, and he doesn't like it when they pay attention to him. I think he'd be like sitting at the table sipping tea. I think the table is like kind of ornate with like carvings and stuff on it of like fantastical beings, some beautiful, some scary.
Excellent. And finally, Paul with Marcus.
Mark loves the chairs in the room. They're clearly from a wood he's unfamiliar with. They're carved, they're ornate, they're large, and he will, unless other people stop him, take the chair at the front at the top of the table. And instead of tea, he will ask Elizabeth for some whiskey because I don't understand these English and their want to drink dried leaves. It's not that good.
Absolutely. I'll slide the bottle down the table.
He will pour himself a glass of whiskey and slide it back.
Excellent. All right. The scene is yours. For the dust scene, you're kind of trying to figure out what you're going to be doing during the night scene, planning as well as sharing information. So go ahead.
Is it too late to examine the most recent corpse?
That's something you can do during the night scene. So not too late right now, but definitely something to try out at night, which is perfect.
Great. Well then, the two of you, what did you find out in town?
I found a receipt.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Razor. No, go ahead, Razor. I wait for you.
I found a receipt for some expensive fabric that she had and where she was working, which doesn't make any sense. I mean, with what she was making, she couldn't afford fabric like this. So I don't know. It was dropped off, something she was supposed to wash, but then why would she have the receipt? Seems like a clue, but I don't know where it leads.
Yes. I had a run-in with someone's servant that recognized me, but in that little event, I did find rouge that was very out of place. It looked like it was a blood smear. It was not. It was someone's makeup kit. I'm not very familiar with the particular brand. Did you all find anything interesting in the libraries?
I'm not sure you want to know, if I'm being honest with you.
I guess.
Well, I could show you if you prefer. And she'll pick up she kept it because she's a creep, and shows you the drawing of Marcus with the anatomically correct sketch with the weird smiley face in the corner.
If you wanted to draw me, you could have asked. It's not that big of a deal.
I assure you, I would have drawn something much better than this. I don't believe that anybody in this house has drawn this.
But it was in the house library or the other one, yours?
I must admit, it was in my library.
That's extra weird.
I discovered a book very similar.
Two drawings of
Who was in your book?
Very awkward.
Not of you.
Oh.
This one was of Elizabeth.
English libraries are very strange. That's what I've discovered just now.
This is what I've been telling you about the English.
Something or someone knows of who we are.
Yes, we're not exactly subtle.
True.
We're not exactly keeping around the masking cow. I look like this. Elizabeth is from a roadshow. Helena's a famous doctor. Liam, I don't really know why you'd be famous. Sorry.
Dark things follow me.
Oh, that seems very unfortunate for you.
Things get creepy sometimes.
Well then. You two are the researchers. What do you think we should do in what order? Because I can hit the town, but I don't really know what questions to ask.
I need to see the body if I'm going to learn anything at all.
Fair enough.
I
You have a way
might be able.
Well, apparently Liam has a way into the morgue. Let's then correct it.
Well,
I
I am good friends with the coroner.
I was gonna say I have a ritual I can perform that may be of help.
That's
Fair
certainly
enough.
useful.
There are
Would it-
dangers, though.
Aren't there always? Would it make sense for my character to know the coroner? And to have been consulted before? In that case, that's how I will go to see the body when it's time.
Excellent. So that's what you're doing tonight. What is everyone else up to?
Liam's got a ritual. She's going to see the coroner. Leaves Razor and I to go off adventuring again and get into trouble. That's all I heard. So the question
Sounds
is,
like a
do
night. Maybe we could poke around some more.
Yeah, do we want to go poke around or we want to go try to social around? Because you have a receipt, which means we could go to the receipt. Who is the receipt for another fabric? It's for the fabric, so it would tell you what store it's from, correct? Who they acquired it from?
Yeah, I'll say yeah.
Is it like a high-end, super super high-end place where like the owner is going to be somewhere socializing during the night, or is it a situation of it's probably a place that'd be easier to possibly go to itself?
What do you think? Go ahead and write it.
Okay. In that case, my go-to would be let's do a B&E because that sounds more up Elizabeth's alley than
Yeah, I'm down for that.
So I'm happy to accompany Razor to go do a B&E. I will go to my personal room first and acquire a short spear with markings on it that probably I'm the only one that can read. So
excellent.
All right.
So before we head,
clothes.
Before we head into the night scene, the Janus mask was used. So the Janus mask for this threat elicits a response or a flashback that each person must go through. So while you guys are kind of going to your locations, spreading out for the night, this is the prompt. Think about a time in your past when you felt truly beautiful. So that will be the flashback. Who would like to go first?
I can. That's fine.
Perfect.
So Marcus, as he's known now, flashes back to a scene of him on a wide open plain, clearly years ago, probably before several other people are born, if they can know the time period, where he is posing next to what appears to be probably another member of his tribe as they carve a statue of him. He's there in classic tribal garb, a white and brown shield on one arm and a short spear in his other hand. He's wearing his like loincloth, and he is being the statue's being carved. A man comes up behind him, clearly another tribesman wearing what appears to be chieftain's garb, puts his hand on his shoulder and says he's proud of him and that, you know, tomorrow they will go off to fight the British.
And what made this moment, what made you think about this while you're walking with Elizabeth? And why was this kind of, I mean, obviously a statue of yourself is very complimentary of your physical appearance. But why that moment?
Because he retrieved his spear and might be going into battle again. And he was proud to be there with someone who else he knew was another warrior.
Excellent. And what made you think of it as you were, while you were walking down this path?
We might be fighting the British again.
Yeah, that's fair. I like this duo of us versus the British as you guys take off with spear and an American in hand, just going forth into the night. All right, who would like to go next?
I can.
Go ahead.
Flashes back to when Helena was much younger in medical school, and she was invited to a salon to present her research, and her lover helped her get dressed, and the feel of the velvet being pulled up onto her, and then her fingers lacing the back of the dress up, and just like the softness of her skin and my skin and the velvet together.
What made Helena think about this while you are alone walking the streets of London towards the corner office?
Well, Helena dresses much more plainly now than she did when she was younger, and but she remembers what expensive fabric is for, and it's the receipt that makes her think of this memory.
Excellent. All right, Elizabeth.
For Elizabeth, it was maybe 5 years ago or so. She's on a train. She's on a train heading west. She's dressed fairly similar to how she is now. The kind of button-up shirt, the suspenders, maybe a little more makeup than she's wearing now. Sitting in the bar car of the train, talking with people, and it just seems like a very normal night. That's what stands out for her.
And why did that moment make Elizabeth feel the most beautiful?
It was the lack of stairs. The people in Chicago knew her, had their own opinions about whether or not she should be in dresses, whether or not she could do what she wanted to, how they should refer to her.
Yeah.
A lot of whispers about, is that a guy? Who is that? Isn't that the Cooper son? All of that. And those whispers are gone here. Those stares are gone here. And it's just a normal night. Nobody here knows her. They're treating her just for being her.
Yeah. Excellent. Liam.
Liam flashes back to a time before he accepted the dark parts of himself, the things that follow him, things he sees. One day he goes to perform a ritual to potentially connect more with them, see if he could be more accepted. And after he was done, he noticed one of his eyes had turned completely red from its normal blue. And looking into the mirror, all he could think was, this is the true me.
Oh, that's fair. And what makes you think of it as you're staying at the house by yourself,
Actually, the
enacting
ritual
some...
involves me walking the streets.
Oh, okay. Perfect. All right. Cool.
Probably why I'm thinking of this is because I am literally like beckoning darkness to me as I do this, like I did all those years ago.
Excellent. So we'll go over with the Janus mask resolved. We are introducing the unseen, which is one of the things I'm very excited about introducing. The unseen, for those who don't know, is kind of a scene that runs parallel as these events unfold that don't really have anything to do with our personal stories that we're telling right here, but mostly serves as kind of this look into the darkness of London and allows you to kind of intermingle themes in between it. So I have picked out a lovely unseen, which will be... Oh, this is perfect. All right, which will be the bitter end. And for this, I am going to copy and paste it into our Discord for everyone to see. Excellent. So for those watching, we are using the bitter end for our unseen. It starts off, there is a brothel in Whitechapel, informally called the Bitter End, which even by the standards of such disreputable places is wholly wretched. A young nun, Sister Mary Edward Price, has taken it upon herself to help the Enders, stopping by once a week to provide them with counseling and light medical services. Let's meet the residents of Bitter End. And so as every person does their night scene, they also fill in the blanks of this unseen. So we'll start with Halfling Nick, Helena. Georgina, who is dying of consumption. How do we know Georgina? How do we know Georgina is the most popular girl at the brothel?
Georgina has the most lavish room. It's furnished by her admirers, along with the best silk undergarments, and her nightstand is roses, and she has fancy jewelry that the other girls don't have because she has admirers that give her those things.
Excellent. And so, yeah, you make it to the corner, or the mortuary office. The person you are wanting to chat with, who you do know, is Peter Jacobson, a mortuary worker, kind of a dingy white coat, always sweaty, but appears somewhat young. He takes his job very seriously. I feel like maybe Elizabeth or Marcus have kind of come and tried to make a joke, but it just kind of way over the head. So takes her job very seriously, but is easily swayed by several things. So you kind of see him working at his desk through the windows, a candle placed right next to it as he's kind of looking at a book and writing in it.
Oh, were you talking about me showing up to the corners?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
ADHD brain, I spaced out for I heard everything you
It's
said,
cool.
but didn't
Yeah.
process.
No, it's totally fine.
Okay, so I'm going to knock on the side of the door jamb and just let myself in. And what was his name?
Yeah, his name is Peter Jacobson, and he immediately kind of pops off of his chair with this unexpected noise. You can already see like the sweat forming around his brow as he kind of peers with you with those like very thick glasses.
I'm sorry. Did I startle you, darling? A little bump in the night.
Oh, just Lady Bennett. Sorry. Please close the door. There's a bit of a draft coming in. I was not expecting you, but I can prepare tea.
I've had my tea. This is fine. And Helena is fine as well. I'm here to see the body of the young laundry washer. And then I'll close the door behind me.
The Claire Yarborough, yes?
Yes.
All right. I mean, that is the latest body that I have and the only one I currently have, so, yes, it's actually right behind me. And he just turns.
Well, how did
and
her hands look?
Her hands?
You could tell. You would be able to tell if she was the laundry washer if you looked at her hands.
I don't. My reports don't usually require me looking at ladies' hands with any certain amount of detail. In fact, my visage was mainly pointed at the lack of a face. It's kind of hard to get past that, thinking how a human can do that to another.
Right. Well, let's see. Let's see the body then.
And he goes over to the table where it's like this white cloth draped over a humanoid-like figure, and just kind of pulls it off the table, revealing a naked woman with dirty blonde hair and no face, just kind of this circular empty space with just flesh and bone.
Great. So she's going to put her glasses on and take out a notebook and a pencil. And I have a move called Beneath the Skin. When you examine a
That's
corpse,
appropriate.
you may ask... Yeah. I should have used this earlier. When you examine a corpse, you may ask the keeper two of the following. How did this person die? I have a feeling I already know that. What would an untrained eye overlook here?
Excellent. So both questions are very much valid. For this move,
I'm
you
sorry.
need to roll for it.
No, but I'm not asking the first one. I'm skipping that one because I have one more that I will
Okay,
ask.
got it.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right, so what was your second question again?
My
Or
second
your
question
first,
is...
technically.
Okay, we'll go with the first one, and I'll let you answer that, and then we'll do the second thing. What would an untrained eye overlook here?
Yeah, looking down, you realize that the... Let me get the... there are flecks of blood in an otherwise pristine place. And I'll let you decide what place that is as you're examining the body.
Great. Let's say because she was particularly interested in examining her hands to make sure this is the washer, the laundry washer, that it's there. That would normally be maybe cracked skin, but very clean skin is flecked with blood.
Excellent. Yeah. Perfect.
My second question is, can I take a body part for the child without anyone noticing?
So you want to know if you could take a body part?
For my child.
Yes. Peter is kind of occupied. You guys have known each other for a long time, so he doesn't like glance over you while you're performing this thing. And really, this is very like gross stuff to be doing at night. And he seems kind of jumpy, so he is completely focused on this book that he's writing in. So, you have a knife or a pair of scissors, however you wish to take whatever object you want, but it is up to you.
I'm going to take her feet, and yes, I have surgical. I gave myself surgical tools as one of my items. So yes, I'm going to take the feet, both of them, and put them in my handbag.
All right. So we'll say for this, he probably goes to the bathroom as you're just like.
Oh, I will take that tea, darling. If you could get it for me, that'd be great.
Oh yeah, sure. And he like goes over to the kitchen area, and you hear like the banging of pots and stuff as you begin to saw off this woman's feet, and you're taking both feet.
Yes, it says feet. I take both.
All right, cool. Yep. So we'll scoot on over to someone else. I think for this, does your moves specifically say you get said feat, or do you need to? It feels like I need to impose a roll for this very
well,
weird scene.
You said yes, so I don't have to roll. If you had said no, that I couldn't do it without someone looking, I would have to roll. But because you said yes, I was not going to tell you.
Oh, that's perfect.
But because you said yes, I don't have to roll.
I love that. That's part of the sheet. That's perfect. All right. So are you heading out soon afterwards?
Oh yes.
Or are you gonna wait? Yeah.
Oh, I did ask him to go make me tea. I don't care about that. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna leave.
Yeah.
Before he even gets back with the tea, I leave.
Yeah, leaving outside, going to the bloody feet. Okay, hopping on over to Liam. You're as we're kind of going back to this unseen. For you, your kind of paint the scene prompt is Nanette is a sweet-natured and petite woman. How do we know Nanette is doing this because she has no other choice?
I would say she's in her home currently, and then there's men banging on the door, yelling things like, "We want our money."
Oh, that's perfect.
We can't find your father, so it's your job.
All right. So you're doing your ritual. What does this look like for you?
It's called a beacon in the dark. When you walk the streets of London at night, your consciousness spreads across the sea like a vast spider web. And then I roll sensitivity.
All right, go ahead.
That's a 8.
Ooh, an 8. All right. So what does your playbook say that happens in this case?
On a hit, You are immediately confronted by a threat or perceived danger related to the threat. You may ask them 2 questions on the list below. They do not answer directly, but rather in a form of a clue.
All right. So this was a hit with complications. And what playbook are you using again?
The vessel.
The vessel. All right, let me throw on down to it. Excellent. All right. So how do you think this plays out? What does this ritual look like, and how are you kind of accosted by the threat?
I'd say it starts with me walking through the streets at night with my cane, and I like go into almost a meditative state, and I sense things around me further distances, almost literally like a beacon to things unseen. And then eventually, as I'm walking, a street light in front of me goes out, and something seems to emerge from the darkness ahead of me.
Yeah, you can kind of see or really hear the cracking of bones as this thing shifts and twists, kind of stepping forward to you, almost like a shambling corpse, with elbows and kneecaps not moving the way that they normally move. It's very odd and atomically incorrect, but you do get to ask 2 questions and have the answers either provided by this thing or via clues. So what are those?
My first question would be, where is your lair?
We'll get to that. I will hold that in my head, and we'll definitely get to that. Your second question?
What frightens you?
I think that's perfect. Why don't you come up with what frightens it? What do you think would frighten it?
So is this potentially the creature that is stealing faces?
Potentially, it definitely feels like it, and kind of during this scene, it's inching ever closer to you, and as it moves closer, you notice that the lamp lights are dimming and then sputtering out the closer it gets to you until you're just in darkness.
I think, with how it originally died, fire would be a fear because it had its face burned off.
Excellent. So yeah, you in the darkness of the street, the moon is kind of hidden behind a cloud. You feel the breath very hot and heavy, humid, against your face, and this thing must have quite a gaping maw, as you just feel it all over you. And those cracks of the bones, twitching fingers, dripping of some fluid leaking out of its orifices. What do you do?
I grip my cane, turn the handle, and a blade comes out the end. And
You bet. You gonna throw down?
At the very least, defend myself if it continues to attack me.
All right, go ahead and roll those. Yeah, roll your dice, but then hold on to that number because we're gonna go over to Marcus and Elizabeth. And for Marcus, your unseen is going to be Candace, whose 3 children live with her in the brothel. In what ways has Candace tried to create a normal life for them there?
Scheduling and habits. She makes sure her children are helping out in the kitchen or cleaning bathrooms or always working or doing something that's keeping them with a sense of normality. Candace makes sure that the other girls treat her children as part of the community and children, not as workers or servants, and make sure that her children has what she can provide for them as best she can for a sense of normality. Very big on the let's cook, let's clean, let's do all the things that make children that let's play in this area or that area. Keeps them from directly seeing the worst parts of the brothel, but does so through forming positive habits.
Excellent. All right. So where are you two off to?
We're off to the address on the receipt, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I bet Helena and Liam are having a boring night. Let's go do something fun.
Yep.
Yeah, their nights are super chill.
Playing footsie under the table. But yeah, we're gonna head to where this sets of bolts fabric are, and we're gonna check out this location and see if there are first night guards around, and then looking around to see if we just need to break in or what's going on.
Yeah, so this tailor is owned by a Vittorio Clemenza, a balding individual with pristine white shirt, supple hands. And he's one of the more popular tailors among the Begravia set. He has an eye for all the modern fashion and works with some of the more luxurious fabrics and such. And so you do see his little corner store with the light still on. He seems to be entertaining several people in a very, 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 very free environment, it looks like.
This is a complication.
No, it's not. We can just join the party, get introduced around.
Lead the way.
Not a problem. Marcus will turn down his more stealthy-looking attire to make it look a little bit more presentable, and hide the spear inside of his cloak. I will peek inside the window. What does the clientele look like?
So they're in various states of undress, and you're kind of peeking in through some corners. But yeah, like Vittorio is just has his underwear on and his pristine shirt on a chair, drinking straight from the bottle, and everyone else is just kind of like various amount of dress, very business casual.
Oh, that's what they're calling it now. Check.
Yeah.
Business casual. Not a problem.
For once, I may be overdressed for this.
I will simply offer Elizabeth my arm, knock on the door.
Excellent. Yeah, so the door opens up and someone kind of like hiccups and has like this very lovely floral top on. This man has like a very gray beard, receding hairline and everything, very kind of like these very dull blue confused eyes as he gazes at you and says,
"Sweet. So as an undeniable, I took as my extra move Giveth. If you're unfamiliar with it, it's silly. It basically makes a side character somebody who worships me. They basically become auto minion number 36. I am just going to use it on the guy who opens the door and basically be like, I'm here. I expect to be introduced around. AKA, I'm more important in this gathering. He clearly is going to make sure we are important in this gathering. And we're going to use that to get us in there. It does do a thing on my reflection, which I have marked on my sheet. But we're just going to immediately just turn him into my dude. he's a worshiper. I have him slightly debase himself and denote the fact that I'm awesome, and then I'm going to have him show us around to his new friend. His friends are now my friends.
Yeah, he basically, upon seeing your visage, bows down and on both knees kisses your hands in a gesture of a very drunken submission.
Wait,
he's like,
get up.
Oh,
I need to be introduced to
Lord
your friends.
Drake. Oh, it's so wonderful to have you here. Yes. All right. Please place your pants or shirt upon the desk or however you want. I'll introduce you. Of course, Lord Drake. And who is this? Very beautiful. Is this your lady? Have you
This is my
finally
compatriot
settled?
from the evening.
Ah,
And
yes.
you can introduce herself as she sees fit. Drake will take off his shirt like it's no big deal. And if Elizabeth hasn't seen like Drake topless before, that's for you to determine. He's clearly somebody who does a lot of physical activity. Like whether it's sexual or not, that's debatable. But he is clearly somebody who is hit the gym more than once or twice in his lifetime. I'm not going to get topless on stream. I think that's how we get demonetized, right? I don't know any of these rules.
Yeah, it's the nipples, really.
Yeah, correct.
Everything
Just want to make sure. But yeah, Drake will take his shirt off and wait for Elizabeth to take whatever article of clothing is appropriate, and we'll head in and start smoozing up the party for information and things of that particular nature. I will not yet demand a clue. I can demand information, which is a form of a clue at your discretion, but I will wait to smooth up the party guests and try to socialize our way through this various states of debauchery that are going on around us. I also make sure to have the best liquor developed. Wherever we go, I make sure the liquor comes to us so that Elizabeth can have the liquor that Elizabeth likes that is available at said party.
So we're shifting over, Elizabeth, back to that unseen as this scene is set before you. So for you at this bitter end brothel, Mabel, who has gotten a bit long in the tooth, what does Mabel try to do to keep up with the younger girls at this brothel?
It's her experience. That's her secret. She understands that it's being in a place like this is more than just about the body. It's more than just about the physical. There's a companionship you have to offer, an understanding you have to offer. And that's something that a lot of the younger girls just don't understand yet. They haven't learned that yet. And that's her advantage. That's how she stays in the game, continues to do well for herself.
Excellent. And yeah, this individual who's wholly enraptured by Lord Drake addresses you in a very similar manner. Do you provide your name, or what name do you provide, Elizabeth?
Elizabeth. Just Elizabeth.
Yes. Oh, we have... Do I hear a slight scent of an accent? Yes.
You're definitely astute.
Yes. Everyone, please bow before Lord Drake and his companion, Elizabeth the Great. Everyone welcome them, and everyone's pretty hammered, so there's kind of very sporadic clapping and even a woohoo from someone far off in a pile of clothes and alcohol.
I have so many questions about you.
Like I said, not hard to get introduced to parties. We can cover the questions later. But yes.
I will head in.
Yep.
Excellent. And with that, we are going to shift on over back to Helena, who is skittering off with feet.
I have feet for my child.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm gonna head back to the Hargrave house, and to my laboratory in the basement. My secret laboratory in the basement.
What does this place look like? And what does it smell like?
It's very sterile, and it smells like formaldehyde, and it's very cold. I keep a steady supply of ice coming down here so that my parts don't go bad as quickly. And the door is a very heavy lead door with lots of locks, and yeah, that's it.
Excellent. And I gotta ask, what are you doing with the feet?
I am going to place the feet. I have what looks like the cleanest version of a ceremonial slab that you could have in a place like this. It's not as sterile as like the metal tables you would see in like a coroner's office or the morgue. It's more like it's more decorative, made from marble. Just saw your message in chat. But yeah, so it's who needs a background check when you're quite famous? And so yeah, so I've got a marble slab, and I put the feet at the one end of that, toes up, and then I use pins to make sure they stay that way.
Excellent. Perfect. All right, swooping back over to Liam. You take out your sword. Go ahead and make you're using the night move. God be with you.
So the roll I had before was a 6 plus whatever ability it's supposed to be.
It's up to you. What ability you think go along with that? Probably vitality. Kind of like your
I'm
physical
really bad at
actions.
vitality.
Yeah.
If I use vitality, that's a 5.
All right. What are you most afraid will happen in this moment if you fail or lose your nerve?
It will take the opportunity to attack.
How do you think it will attack? What areas do you think it will go for? What will it do first? Or will it take you alive and sweaty into its lair? Or will it deal with you right here and now?
I think it would try to take me so it can start the process of removing my face, like it has done for the others.
All right, cool. Everything goes black. And you can kind of feel your hands dragging across the steps of the London streets as you're kind of pulled down an alleyway. You feel a little dampness to the side of your temple as you're being dragged away. But someone's having a good time, and let's go over to their good time. Marcus and Elizabeth. How's it going?
Did I ever get those clues before I was knocked unconscious?
Yes, you had those 2 clues. So the first one is you wanted to know what layer it is, right?
Yes.
So this clue for this is the smell of expensive perfume in kind of this unusual place. And it's kind of dark and wet, but has a very lovely smell to it. And yeah, I think that was the only pending one. The other one you answered yourself, fire being its weakness.
Yeah. Can I say I probably would have told people that if I'm not back by morning, something has gone wrong?
Yeah. You're like, I'm going to be a dark... Yeah.
I know the dangers of this, so I would be like contingencies.
Yeah, definitely. And for the fire, what happens to kind of give you that clue as you're being dragged around by this
Probably
thing?
like a feeling of heat and the smell of smoke, or like burning flesh, because that's like why they're afraid.
Excellent. All right, perfect. So yeah, for you did great, Helena. You would definitely coming home realize that Liam is probably not doing well, just because he probably should have returned by now. It takes some time to saw off feet, and so you've been gone for some time, especially after going across town and visiting the mortuary. But yeah, Liam is not home yet. But yes, back to the debauchery. Marcus, Elizabeth.
Mm-hmm. So I will let Elizabeth know that she can either search for clues, or we can, pound the pavement, so they say, for groups for information amongst the party. I'm happy to do the first one if Elizabeth wants to search the house, or she's happy to join me in taking part in the debauchery. Marcus will spend a lot of time drinking, but not drinking, smoozing, talking these people up, or even causing enough of a distraction that Elizabeth can slip away to get into the storeroom, stock room, or even look for seats. But he's happy to share the socializing fun with Elizabeth if that is what Elizabeth would like to do.
Try to stay away from parties like this. I think it can cause a distraction for me. I'll try and slip to the back.
Good. Okay, cool. Marcus will cause a distraction basically by starting to lead everybody in song loudly and drunk, and basically causing a giant everyone focus on me moment, so that Elizabeth can slip away and get into the back and look for things. Would you like me to roll for that, or?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's see how the dice like me.
So for the night one, I should have done this before for it, but it kind of worked out. When you're doing this, what are you afraid will happen if you fail or lose your nerve in this case?
That this is like his prime element. So I guess the biggest fear is that the rumor will get out that he's not as virile, and it'll hurt his reputation as being a virile lover if it gets out, if it's a bad party. That's the only thing he'd be afraid of in this particular situation that would hurt his reputation. I did roll a 12 though, so it's probably not going to hurt my reputation.
Yeah, it's let's see what extra we'll say for this, you'll have advantage when dealing with these people from here on out. So advantage allows you to roll an extra dice, and you take the two highest ones. And everyone's so enamored with you as you're singing some. What song are you singing? It's like something from local or back home?
It's gonna be something kitschy and local, like whatever is popular and kitschy and local, whatever shanty that's going on. He would not sing anything traditional with these people. That they wouldn't know it. They wouldn't even be able to speak the language. They know nothing.
Yeah.
So he will sing kitschy and local, whatever pop shanty tune is popular right now, and he'll just lead them through it and the call and response stuff, and make sure they're loud and enthralled so that Elizabeth can slip away and start going through the books.
Yeah, probably like Spice Up Your Life. Which
sure.
was popular during then. But yeah, your thrall definitely will kind of hand you pants to wear as a crown if you see fit.
Sure.
Yeah, Yeah,
Be aware
but
that he will go pants on head crazy about this situation.
perfect. Elizabeth, you have the perfect opportunity. You don't even have to roll to kind of slip out into the back with all the fabrics and such.
Yeah, so cringing at every couple notes that are terribly off in so many different ways from this drunken group. I slip back and with a very confused look back, seeing Marcus wearing pants on his head since I turned around last.
Yeah.
I'll just look for a second and then head into the back. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's just this long room with all these aisles with fabric and kind of these dark humanoid figures staring at you from the corners of the room. There's only a few windows, or kind of like those basement windows, slivers of light pouring in that kind of give deep shadows to the place.
Seeing all of the mannequins around, I get a very frustrated sound and very slowly pick my way through. I'll go ahead and pull out my hunting knife just in case. But I guess I'll look for an office of some sort, maybe bills of sale, logbooks like that, those sorts of things.
Excellent. All right, go ahead and give me an information roll. Ooh.
Sorry, I was
I
muted.
think you're muted.
That would be
Yeah.
reason. So
Mhm.
plus 0,
Yeah, that sounds
so
good.
8.
All right. So the clue that you find here is a gold embossed card inviting the tenant here, the tailor, to an extraordinary new exhibit of art in medicine. No address or date is given. And as you're kind of like moving forward to pick up this thing kind of left on a table, you hear the creaking of the door being closed.
The door of a door close to me or further away?
By now, it's further away. You had to kind of take a few steps into this this location. So it was a door that just behind Marcus Drake is dancing with a pan hat.
So it's close enough that I don't have time to hide. So I'm just gonna turn and look.
Yeah, looking
And
over,
tightening on my knife.
it's just dark. Nothing seems to have come into the room.
I'm gonna kind of reach behind me and grab the card and slide it into a pocket. Were all of the mannequins where they were when I came in?
When you came in, how many did you count? Give me a number.
Probably 4, I think.
Yeah, you only see
It's like a
3
nice
right
creepy
now.
amount. Oh,
Yeah,
great.
4 is it's a very creepy number. Yeah, but you only see 3 right now.
Okay. Okay. Do I hear anything if I listen? Is there any movement anywhere?
You're like maybe closing your eyes to get a better listen in on what's happening. And you just hear like something being dragged. This is
Being an impulsive person, I am going to, with my free hand, throw one of my throwing knives in that direction.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a night move. Using vitality, I think, and you get its advantage because of you're American, or because of that thing you did earlier.
So I roll 3, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, take the 2 highest.
Vitality is +1.
Ooh. Yeah, 7.
So that would be 12 total. That was pretty good in that stage show.
Yeah, that is really good. It's so kind of like with instinct. Your hand goes to the blade, throws right into the dark of this place, and you hear a wet sound as it kind of goes right into something. There's kind of this scampering and almost a like heavy breathing noise as something scuttles around in the dark, supposedly on all fours. But you see like this lump of something on the ground right above where you threw this dagger.
Against my better judgment, I'm going to inch my way over to get a better look. Kind of touch the lump with my foot.
You sure you just don't want to stab it? Mine's like...
Is the lump moving?
Liam, you're probably maybe groaning a little bit, like your head hurts. Someone's like poking you with a foot, just like.
I open my eyes and look up and see that it's Elizabeth, and I just say, "I have news." Just completely ignoring the fact that I'm unconscious on the floor.
What are you doing here?
I found the creature and it found me.
Well, I think I just hit it with a knife, so if we need either to leave here or do something.
I don't know how much help I would be currently.
Just hang on a second. I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back over to the door and open it just a little bit to see if I can see Marcus without anybody else looking at me, and if so, I want to frantically motion him in.
Yeah, like it's almost like an Eldritch summoning circle as everyone is just kind of around Marcus Drake with his pant hat, each one on their knees, just kind of like dancing to the sound of Marcus's voice.
Do I see Elizabeth open the door?
Yeah.
I like to think I take a peek and just am like, "You're having a lot better time than I have."
Yeah, and there's like blood like flowing down your like temple.
Don't look out there. Watch my back.
If I see Elizabeth frantically motioning me over, I look to the owner and just go, "Your washroom's back there, correct?" And then I just turn and walk toward the door. Like it is. Yeah. Like I've made a declaration and that is what is happening.
Yeah, he's like, "Yeah, I guess so. Bye."
Okay.
Kind of flops down the pile of clothes.
Yep. I immediately walk back there. Yeah. I'm pretty sure Liam has. Well, I guess Liam has seen me anatomically drawn correctly, but yes. So there you go. The picture is a little bit not as ripped, but he's fairly ripped. So he comes back.
Yeah,
and
it's only like a 6-pack on the picture. In
It's like
in
8
reality,
here.
it's like
It's
an
Vitality
8.
2.
Yeah.
Vitality 2. He's a little ripped. He steps in, looks, and cocks an eyebrow at Liam. Is Liam up on his feet yet, or is he a heap on the floor
Yes.
still?
I'm up.
Okay. What are you doing here?
Investigating. Nice hat.
It's pants, but yeah. What? Weren't you walking the city?
I attracted the creature to me. A little
Oh.
too well.
And the creature brought you here.
Apparently.
It's currently in the room.
that-
Should keep an eye out.
Oh, my hand goes into my cloak and I pull out a short spear.
Is afraid of fire. If that helps.
I didn't bring fire.
Well, I have some flint and steel. Lucky for you.
Well, yes, but yes, if we need to burn it down, we can.
If I
But
had the
let's
time,
get
I
I
off
don't
would
think
lay
we
a
have to.
trap for it. I don't believe we have the time.
Very well then.
I don't think we have to burn the entire place down.
Sure. I look at Liam and go, "Take your shirt off."
Leo just goes for it.
Sure.
He's gone through worse.
I throw my arm around Liam and walk him out like I found him in the back as another party goer. And
I clean up the blood first.
Yeah.
Like handkerchief, just like wipe my head.
Cool. So I walk him out. Elizabeth follows us. I turn toward the semi-drunken Taylor. I make sure I'll roll for this, but I make sure to give him my measurements and Elizabeth's measurements and have him have some new shirts for us ready tomorrow after he sobers up, because he'll assume he did that while he was drunk, because free shirts is best shirts. And I will walk us out of here so we can get back to the house.
As we're heading out, I'll take a look back in the room. Do I see anything as we're leaving?
Muted.
Can't hear our keeper. The story can't continue.
Yeah, it's over. But yeah, one of the glass windows has been shattered, surprisingly silently. And so now you can kind of see a little bit of the wind. And so with that, as everyone kind of comes back to
I just have one quick question. Did that building smell of what I smelled from the question?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, especially where you were on the ground, like you had that like from where Elizabeth was, and when you got up, that smell kind of disappeared, but definitely kind of lingering near the floor is that kind of perfume-like smell, which is very peculiar. But as you guys all come back enjoying a little bit of safety and with some more feet, you guys have an opportunity, and this will lead to one of my favorite aspects of the game, which is answer a question. So you guys have gotten clues and stuff like that. So this is your opportunity to discuss with each other kind of what you think is the answer to all of these. Why are the clues intermingled? Why are they important? And then come up with an answer to how to get this thing, or bring it out or deal with it. So yeah, here in the Hargrave house, probably back in maybe the tea room of the salon.
Does Helena have any inkling that they're only stealing faces, right? So this isn't a person trying to do the same thing she's trying to do?
Correct, unless this thing is something with multiple faces, which is definitely like something you've heard of before. More faces just equal a better human. then yeah, it's probably not what you're trying to do.
Helena
no other
takes
body
notes
parts have
about
been
more
taken.
faces for the child.
Yes, 3 faces, and you're pretty much set.
I share with the group that I found flecks of blood on the hands of the washer girl when I was at the morgue.
I show up and pour a drink for Liam because he looks like he needs one. And then I pour one for Elizabeth and one for myself. And then I ask Helena if she would like a drink before we get started.
A glass of wine would be nice. Liam, do you have injuries that you need me to care for?
Just a lump on the head. I had took the risk of calling the creature to me. It did not end well, but I did gain information.
Well, that's
All
good.
ends well that you get information from.
That building that you were investigating and I was dragged to is definitely its lair. And depending on how we go about things, it is afraid of fire. So that might be of use to us.
Fair. I mean, we have an appointment to pick up shirts at some point in time tomorrow, so we have an easy way back in.
I do have the ability to lay a trap, but I cannot guarantee its success.
Fair
I can also borrow it from someplace if we need that.
Fair. So, flecks of blood. Did you find anything, Elizabeth?
I found this
Other than
card.
Liam.
Yeah, other than Liam. She still looks pretty mad. I lost my knife. We need to get that back. But I did find this card, and I'll show them the card about the Curiosities art exhibit. I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if this is what
art
you would need
exhibit
faces
and
for.
medicine.
Do you know anything about this, Helena?
Does Helena know anything about this medicine and art exhibit?
I'll let you fill in the gaps. I think this is kind of part of the figuring out the answer. So I'll let you say if you've gotten an invitation yourself or if you know about it.
Well, I've definitely have the same invitation in my office. It would track that she would be invited to something like this. I've done a bit of research that the people who are who are throwing this party are very interested in.
Is it a +1 invitation, or do we all need one?
Typically, I've brought people before, but not more than one.
No, we now have 2 invitations. That would cover all of us.
Do you have an address?
It is only a guess, but if it is medical curiosities, maybe surgical tools are involved somehow. People's faces are being removed. That's the only connection I see between what we have all found.
Now, if Helena was going to attend a creepy medical and art curiosities exhibit, where would she attend that at?
Did Helena, who took 2 feet, talking about a creepy medical place?
Besides my own laboratory.
Yeah.
The exhibit's right down here, guys.
I will say from a thread you guys could pull on, because it feels like the answer to all the clues and where kind of the next scene could take place sounds like it is at this location. Of course, we have to roll to see if that's true or how true it is. But I think the thread we can kind of pull on for the location is Liam's the smell of kind of this perfume and stuff like that. Almost like what you would do to cover up the smell of corpses and rotting flesh, if you were into that sort of thing.
Fair enough.
Potentially like a mortuary thing.
Maybe. You said it's high. Did you tell us it was high-end perfume or just perfume?
Expensive
You
perfume.
said it was expensive perfume. If you can give me a good overture of the smell of expensive, what type of smells it is, I can ask around some people I see and see where they're buying the most expensive perfumes recently and who's in out. That'll tell us possibly where the retailer is.
We have rouge, expensive perfumery. We have expensive fabrics. Is it possible that this is a funeral home? So they were, when you're dressing the body for the wake and you might put on the makeup.
I'm
Makes
not
sense.
very familiar with English funeral rites, so you could be very correct. That does sound like a possibility.
It could have a connection to the exhibit too, in some way, depending on what's there.
That is also possible. They could be dressing up the corpses for viewing. So then where would you have a fancy party like that? And I will defer to Marcus on where a fancy party might happen.
We're looking for a fancy party near a funeral home. Let's see. There are 2 or 3 places in town, but not many. I'd probably say on the Upper East Side would be the best possible location to work from. It's not the closest to Whitechapel, but if this thing... Where were you taken from?
I would describe the street that I ended up discovering.
Probably close to Whitechapel.
But nowhere near where we were, though.
Correct. Yeah,
so
it would have taken some time.
Yeah. If this thing has the ability to move you around in that manner, because we didn't see you come in the doors, then Whitechapel could just be the hunting ground, and the base of operations could be over there on the Upper East Side. It's not a bad idea. There's the closest hall I can think of is... There's a ballroom that would work well for that. What did the English call it? I'm looking for a name historically because I don't know off the top of my head.
Yeah. It's escaping me as well. But whatever it is, I think we're ready for that answer a question. So
the Langham Ballroom.
Langham Ballroom? Oh, okay, perfect.
Langham Ballroom.
So we're going to roll plus the number of clues incorporated into this answer. So whatever answer you guys are coming up for, how to get to it or how to bring it out, minus in this case 3. So what would that be? How many clues are you kind of putting in together to kind of formulate the answer to the question of how to deal with it, or what's the next step in dealing with it?
So we have its weakness, which is fire, which we need to factor in because depending on where we're using fire, that's very, very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
We have the card, we have the perfume, we have. I don't assume the way it moves is considered a clue. Is the way it moves considered a clue or not at this point in time?
No, yeah, but
Okay,
the flecks of blood on the woman's hands.
Yep.
The expensive fabric.
Expensive
The
fabric.
rouge.
And the rouge. So 6 clues. So it'd be, if it's -3, it'd be +6. Or if it's -3, it'd be +3 now. Somebody can roll it. I'm good.
Does the fact that she's a laundry washer, is that a clue or no?
No, that's just kind of the basis.
Got it.
Who wants to make the roll?
So what are we? Is this like a reason-based roll or?
No, so it's not using the abilities. It's just using the clues. So just a +3, 2d6 +3.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then I guess it doesn't matter who does it. I'll do it. I haven't rolled anything yet.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, go for it. Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, okay.
9.
So it's a 9?
+3.
All right. So the answer is correct, and an opportunity can be pursued. And for the complication, since it was a 9, so a hit with a complication, we'll say the opportunity will be more dangerous. So you guys at least have the opportunity, and the opportunity is kind of the way that you can actually deal with the issue. Otherwise, even kind of pursuing the threat or going after it would just yield no conclusion to the matter, even if you do battle and stuff like that. But yeah, we will switch on over to Dawn. So answer any Dawn questions you might have, and as well as resolve any playbook or custom moves, as well as any Janus mass prompts that remain unresolved. So all that information should be on your playbooks if anything needs to be dealt with during Dawn.
All right. We did answer a question. No one touched me inappropriately. So, question for the group. Do you all feel I expressed preference for beauty over the mundane? I feel I did by getting us a bunch of free shirts and being ridiculous. But I will ask the group.
And going to the party rather than... Yeah, going to a party instead of breaking into something was also, I think, that as well.
There you go.
Yeah, acting as a distraction.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
So are we supposed to share our answers to these Dawn questions?
Yeah, I think that'd be fun.
Okay.
Sure.
Did you secretly engage in romantic or emotional behavior at odds with your aloof logical exterior? I did not.
No.
Unless you consider it emotional to steal feet, but
I don't think it's for you. I think that was a very normal night.
Yeah. And then did you have a conversation with the child while no one was looking? Is that out of RP or during RP?
If you want, because last night we didn't really get to do much with your scene, you can have a kind of a flashback conversation right now in order to get that tick if you would like.
Yeah, I would basically say that while she's placing the feet and doing the pins to make sure it stays upright, that she's Mother has gotten you a very nice pair of feet, and will know once I have the rest of your parts whether or not these will be too small, and we'll deal with that then. Otherwise, I think this is very good. And you're very good, and Mother loves you very much. And then she leaves and locks the door and then goes up the stairs and waits for everyone else to come back.
Yep. Perfect. That's such a creepy playbook.
I love it so much. I don't usually play a creep, so this is fun.
Yeah. All right. How about Elizabeth and Liam? Any unresolved things you need to deal with during dawn?
I don't have anything to resolve. And the questions that I did answer from my playbook, did you stick out in London society for all the wrong reasons? That's a given. And did you use violence to solve a problem? Yep.
Yep. Lost a
Did.
knife for it.
I'm gonna get it back.
All right. How about you, Liam?
I don't have anything to resolve. And my first one is: did you have a face-to-face encounter with a dark entity? Yes. And my second one was: did you perform a ritual? Which I did.
All these things. Exactly. All right. Heading back to the day. Like it was a long night, long day. A lot of things have occurred. So we'll go around again. Where we'll have this time, Liam. Why don't you let us know where everyone is gathering?
I'd say we're gathered in the library at like a study table. I'm like flipping through a book, trying to figure out what happened or what is happening.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, what's everyone else up to in the library?
I am reading up on the latest research that the people in medical fields are doing at the local universities and medical schools.
Excellent.
While everyone else is deciding they're going to look through books and do those things, Marcus will show up with like a plate full of bacon and food and be like, while you're all looking at things, I'm going to eat. You're welcome to food because you can't start the day off without breakfast, basically. Like,
This is true. And sometime in the morning, you would have gotten your custom fitted shirts and clothes.
sure.
With a little note that says, I did it while drunk. With like a smiley face on it.
Sure. Is the smiley face similar to the other smiley face? That is my first question.
It's more jovial than
Okay.
Yeah.
You got a smiley face motif going on, good sir. I'm asking questions now.
It's his thing.
But yes, it is very much a meat over vegetable breakfast, so.
The best type.
Mm-hmm.
Elizabeth?
Well, food was offered, so I will cease my pacing around the room and sit down, legs still bouncing. I am eager to get started and get this over with. But I will eat when offered.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. All right. Well, the day is yours. What would people like to do? And I mean, the scene's yours as well.
Seems like we should scope out this place.
I don't disagree. Do we all want to go together this time so nothing bad might happen? Or do people have other ideas going on?
I was thinking of like gathering supplies for a ritual to hopefully like trap it.
All right. Do you need company while gathering supplies, or does that not summon dark creatures?
No, more of an occult job.
Okay.
As far as I know, there's no danger to this.
Okay, I'm making sure. Last time we let you walk around the city, we found you in a back room of a clothing store randomly. I don't know how your stuff works. I don't want anything bad to happen to you. And I feel Elizabeth will be a bad thing that happens to you if she has to lose another knife to save you.
Just raise my cup at that.
He'll shove some bacon in his mouth, like, no. So we can stake out, Elizabeth and I can stake out the place unless Helena wants to come with us. We have enough to if we get in, we have enough to at least go look at everything with the invite. It's a nice place to show off our new shirts, new threads. Is there a thing you need us to possibly look into, Helena, or do you have some other research you need done? English is like my third language, so the things some of your books say make my head spin.
I think actually I'd like to go to the brothel and check on the girl that has consumption, because one of the things that the mother does is goes around and takes care of sick people. And so I'm going to go there. To the
Sure.
And I believe you said the one that's most popular is the one who has consumption, so that's perfect. I'm going to go talk to her and do a little interviewing.
Have fun.
I described to Marcus exactly what the perfume smells like, so if he gets like a strong whiff of it, he knows
Sure.
potentially that is a area of interest.
Mm-hmm. Sounds
Yeah, it's
good.
kind of like a mix of lilacs and honeydew. Kind of like
That is a rather
concentrated.
expensive perfume. I know only 3 ladies that wear that.
All right. So this time, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to tell Helena to give my regards to several girls that I name. I'm just like, give my regards to her, and her. Tell them I said hi.
It's like half the roster.
Yeah, you do what you do.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right, we'll start with Marcus and Elizabeth first this time, as you guys head back over to the tailor. Yeah, the blinds are closed. The door is locked.
Mm-hmm. I thought we were staking out the ballroom, not the tailor, because he said the shirts were delivered.
Yeah, so if you're talking about the ballroom where the invitation is, so that gold foiled invitation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's where.
Yeah, it's actually on the other side of the tailor's shop. So this is kind of, since he's at the corner of like this larger building, off to the side, you notice the same emblem, which is on the invitation, on kind of like these doors leading to a basement, kind of still part of the building.
Okay. Is there anywhere to sit around that area and be inconspicuous to a degree? Is there like a corner bakery or coffee shop or tea shop or something like that?
Yeah, there's a meat pie, little shop outside with several stools set around the table. A woman missing some of her teeth is kind of smiling at customers, while every now and then using her foot to kind of move this stew pot boiling behind her. Yeah.
Hooray.
I immediately just think of Sweeney Todd.
Yeah. Meat pies.
Well, I guess if we're going to slum it, is there a pub nearby?
Yes, we'll say yes. It's a
I
little
will.
bit further down.
I will order us
Yeah.
drinks at the pub before we go try to ingest these meat pies.
Yeah, you get like the large
Because it
to-go
looks like
cups.
it's going to be one of those types of stakeouts. So I'm going to need some hard liquor.
Yeah.
And I just assume Elizabeth drinks all the time based upon our relationship at this.
It's a good assumption.
So you guys are kind of like placed or posted out on the street, large cups of alcohol in your hands, with a very frothy, flaky meat pie set before you. The old woman continuing to stir the pot of beef stew with her foot. The others around you are coughing and kind of a little bit of flies are buzzing about the meat pies.
I will taste it. Is it long pork?
How would you
Long
know?
pork. Given my background, is it long pork?
It is not.
Long pork
It is beef.
Okay.
Yeah, beef, carrots, maybe some potato. Very salty, like highly seasoned, heavily seasoned with like salt and pepper.
Okay. But no
Just move my
paprika.
fork around in it for a minute and then dig in.
Excellent. So as you guys are watching us, why don't you guys go ahead and give me a day roll?
Sure.
Only one of you has to in this case. I'll let you decide who.
I will let Elizabeth on it.
Mm-hmm. And Elizabeth, before you roll, let me know while you are doing this, what are you most afraid will happen if you fail?
For this, there's two things on my mind. First, the mission. Most afraid that, I don't know, somebody will get the better of us in this game of staking out, maybe follow us or catch us unawares. With the food, I'm afraid it's not going to sit well.
No, that's totally fair. All right, go ahead and roll, but keep that number as we swoop on over to Liam. You are performing a ritual, right? Or you're getting items for the ritual.
I'm collecting items for a ritual. I'm hoping to like increase its power or success rate.
Excellent. What sort of items are you trying to acquire?
Special candles, certain to be burned, blood of certain creatures.
All right, cool. So the place you can find most of these items at, let me grab this. Ooh, actually, this works out perfectly. Is actually at the brothel, the same one that Helena is going to. This person's name is Vera Hale. She has like this velvet gown, too much rouge, and the smell of cheap liquor. She kind of has like this 30-yard stare with very kind of these dull gray eyes. But she can pretty much get you whatever you need as long as you have the coin. So I think this is kind of perfect as Liam and Helena, you guys both kind of intersect at the brothel, seeing each other. Scene on.
Were you going to be visiting the brothel today, Liam?
Not for the reasons you initially assume.
I don't assume anything, darling.
I have
Well-
cleaner business than its normal clientele.
Grant? Well,
I
shall
have
we enter then?
supplies to get. After you.
Supplies at a brothel. That's certainly interesting. I will go on in and wave at whoever's at the entrance. I'm sure they're used to me being there, and then head upstairs to Georgina's room.
Yeah, it's just like this 80-year-old woman who just kind of motions for you to go on ahead. To Liam, before Helena goes out, she says, all right, Liam, you're going to, was it knock boots with Vera again?
Yes.
All right, excellent. This time, we do ask no animal noises. All right, the patrons are getting creeped out by it, so just keep it on the low.
Will do.
Yeah, and it goes up the other staircase to Vera's room. Like I said, Vera's wearing kind of a nice velvet gown. She's currently laying on her bed, face down, with a slab of meat on her head.
This is Georgina.
No, this is Vera for Liam.
Okay.
Hello.
She pops her head up, takes a bite out of the beef, and throws it onto the ground. What can I do you for?
I need some supplies.
What type? I got a nice sale on baby teeth if you need it.
Not today.
All right, it's buy two, get one free, but sure.
I'll keep it in mind. And I describe some of the effects I expect to need.
Yeah, she basically pulls a suitcase from underneath her bed and starts whipping out these candles and jars of blood and eyes and all sorts of occult objects, even some human body parts as she does. But we'll swoop on over to Helena, who is visiting. Let me get her name real quick. Georgina, the most popular girls at the brothel. Kind of the short blonde hair, a lot of makeup on the face to kind of hide some of the effects of the consumption. Wearing a lovely white gown, a corset that's probably a little bit too tight. She's currently in the middle of a session, though the session seems pretty tame. She's only talking to a gentleman who is just on the other side of a table. Yeah, just chatting away.
Am I interrupting?
No, he hasn't paid for exclusivity, so you may hop in if you'd like.
Well, dear, you might want your privacy for what we will be doing here.
Ah, yes. And she kind of whispers to the gentleman, and he nods and tips a hat over to you, sliding past you. Before he leaves, he does look over you, Helena, and says, if you ever hear on some of my normal times, by what name shall I call on you for?
For what reason would you be calling on me?
Well, we're in a brothel, so whatever.
That's not what
Services?
I'm here for. I don't provide those kinds of services. I don't think that if I did, that you could afford me. You may go.
All right. He slips out, somewhat embarrassed.
So Helena is going to once again put her glasses on and start taking Georgina's vitals. And while give her some medicine and maybe some, painkillers and whatever she needs, because at this point there's not much I can do for her. And I'm going to ask her some questions. Georgina dear, have you heard of a special gathering of the medical and autistic minds that's happening around here? It might be some of your clientele.
You can roll to gain information.
Okay. What am I rolling that against?
Let's see. For this one, it'll probably be less reasoning and more presence.
It's just a 7 then.
All right, that's not too bad. So to let you know, during the last couple of days, there have been an influx of individuals coming from various parts of the country, men with scientific proclivities, as well as some very interesting tastes. I had the other day individual just spread oil upon my feet and massage it for several hours. Curious.
That doesn't sound
appetites.
entirely unpleasant.
It wasn't. It was just a very peculiar appetite. Usually people don't pay for such things. They all seem to have a certain amount of money, a lot of it. It makes me wish that maybe my last couple of years, I too could enjoy some of the things that they get to enjoy.
What is it that you want to enjoy, Georgina?
A dessert of some sort. Tea. Maybe a lady caller who doesn't pay. A nice walk along green grass with my bare feet.
I will see what I can do. Please do call on me should your health take any turns, or if you get any information about this party, or if you're invited. If you're invited, I would decline the offer.
As you say, sure.
And I will give her a little bit of money for her time and head out.
Excellent. So the complication for this matter is, as you close the door, there's kind of that feeling you have every time when you close the door and leave, that this might be the last time you see her. And indeed, today is the last time you will ever see her alive. But swooping on over to Liam. Why don't you go ahead and give me a day roll as you're trying to like negotiate for these prices and get like the right, because you know that she sometimes will saddle you up with some fake stuff like candles from Michael's instead of the real.
So what kind of role would this be?
Probably sensitivity.
Huh? Seven.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna hold on to that complication for later. But you acquire the things. I mean, it looks like it's all super solid and good. Like black candles and a goat's ear. She will throw in some baby teeth because she's known you for some time. But yeah, it's a relatively
ritual's gonna
decent
blow up.
time. Huh?
My ritual's gonna blow up.
But yeah, going over back to Marcus and Elizabeth. You guys have been watching, staking out this place, and individuals have come and gone from this location, bringing in kind of like this elaborate silverware and all these sort of niceties, but trying to do so discreetly. Kind of employing carriages and stuff like that to obscure what exactly is being brought in. But you do see kind of like this medical equipment as well as mannequins and beautiful fashion and all sorts of kind of niceties that you would find at the upper class.
I believe Elizabeth killed her role.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, oh yeah, those parts. Also, thank you, Togashi Naruto, for the subs. That was amazing. Thank you very much.
What do you think we should wait for the rest, or try and sneak in now and get a look?
Let me see if we know anyone. I'm going to look around to see if there's a supervisor.
For that particular place, yeah, there is a it's actually, the person stands out because they are also posted up at the meat pie place, and doesn't look like they belong in the meat pie place, just like you all don't really look like you belong here.
Mm-hmm. But he's clearly the supervisor. Yeah, I'm gonna hit him with David again and make him my minion because he's a side character. Because why would I not? It's a really good power.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have him kiss the ring, and we're gonna have a conversation about. I'm actually gonna go ahead and try to get a clue from him this particular time, and pump him for information on this particular place and everything we need to know to get in and out.
Excellent. All right, cool. Let me grab this clue. I think the clue is just going to be this person.
Sure.
Whose name is Wilfer, who kind of comes over, and this is probably something that happens a lot. Elizabeth, Marcus will be just sitting there, and then someone will swoon the moment they see him. So comes over, kisses the ring, sits down across from you. They kind of go on a little bit about like the earlier days and maybe things that they've done together. And then finally, the discussion of what you're really after. So how do you guys ask?
I'm interested in attending the events going on at the hall. What do I need to know, and who else am I going to be seeing?
Well, it's the elite of the medicinal field, of course. You're going to want a basic understanding of anatomy, which I'm sure you have more than a passing interest in, as well as a professionalism surrounding.
I surprisingly enough know my way around the human body. This is amazingly awkward for other people.
I roll my eyes.
So
I wink.
So it should be fine. I'm surprised you are interested in such things. I always thought that you might side a little or err a little bit on the safe side, but if you want to dance with the devil in your bare bottom ways, then I will encourage you to do so.
Your very European devil has nothing on me. I'm not that worried about him.
Good, because he rarely shows up.
Yeah, hopefully it'll be something fun then. Who has shown up, or has anything out of the ordinary shown up?
All sorts of beautiful things with faces, things without faces. is sort of the next evolution of what we have to capture and enjoy.
It's good to hear. I'm much more interested about the enjoyment we can fulfill from this particular situation. It's so good to see you again, though. And
You
he'll
as
bait him
well,
along.
No, that's it.
He'll bait him along and make sure that he sets up an escape route from the building for the four of them if everything goes to shit, so that they can get out. And they have a get out of jail card for escaping if all our rolls go badly and things go horrible, because we think we found our location now.
Yeah.
And an
All right,
exit
go
plan,
ahead and
always part of the plan.
yes. So what we'll do for that, since he's your thrall, we will give you advantage, but we will wait until the opportunity comes up to see what the result is.
Sounds good.
So that's perfect. All right, sweet. So we will hop on over as everyone kind of completes their day task over to Dust. So once again, if there's any, I know Elizabeth, you have to do the American swollenness test.
American Swole.
America Schwoll. And what else? Does anyone else have anything they need to do before nighttime?
Nope.
Nope.
Excellent. What'd you get, Elizabeth? Oh my gosh.
Was 8 total.
Get a mask again.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah. All right, cool.
Oh yeah, I forgot we could do that.
Mm-hmm. All
I'll
right.
save it.
Yeah. So, are you all attending the gathering?
I
Oh,
believe
Or
that
what
is
is
the
absolutely.
everyone
Helena's
doing?
super excited to go.
So I will go to my personal quarters, and much like we kind of talked about a crazy item everybody gets, I would like just a rope that binds people. I can use that for fun and business.
Oh yeah. It's like this little rope. It's almost like the little oh gosh, I forget what they're called.
Finger traps.
You know the finger traps, except it's kind of like more around the wrist, so every time you pull it just
Sure.
gets tighter and stuff like that.
Not a problem. Yes, it is. It is for fun. It is for fun and for business. And it's just a
Mhm.
thing he uses when we're about to go do hunting.
I
He'll
make
also
sure to
give...
grab. Oh, sorry.
Go. You're good.
I was gonna say I grabbed my special cane, which is like instead of a utility belt, I have a utility cane that just you twist it in certain ways and things pop out. Or
You have an Omni cane?
yes.
Ooh, that's a good thing to
Okay.
call it. Yeah.
Helena's gonna grab her compact powder that we talked about, and her fan that has a dagger in the handle.
Ooh, excellent. So yeah, everyone approaches this location, and there's a carriage kind of in front of it to obscure it. But just going past it, you notice that the doors are open, and there's like this candle light leading down into it. An individual with a very long, like doctor's coat, greets everyone, wearing a mask. It's kind of like this little porcelain thing, but more accurate to what a human would look like. Very well done. It says tickets, please.
I'll hand over my ticket.
And who's
And
your
I've
plus
got
one?
Hand over the other one.
Liam is. I've got my like linked arms with Liam, like he's my +1.
I'm like in a fancy suit and hat.
Excellent. Well, go on in and enjoy. Truly. And kind of going down the hall, it that smell of that perfume, the lilacs and like the honeydew hits you. And you notice that they're kind of coming from these mannequin-like humanoid things and kind of next to every column in this very low-hanging basement. People are kind of milling about with red wines and stuff like that, drinking, but none of them seems to be kind of drunk. Everyone seems to be having these whispered conversations with each other, poking and prodding these creatures or these mannequin-like atomically correct human cadavers, very curiously as they are.
Fair enough.
I would like to examine the corpse again. Is that something I could do here?
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so this time I would like to know. I'd like to go up to one and ask you, how did this person die?
So it looks like this person was bled to death. There are lacerations along the arteries around the arm as well as the feet, which suggests they kind of just leaked until they died. Yeah.
And what would an untrained eye overlook here?
Let's see. That these humanoid figures are kind of put together piecemeal. So it's not just one body, it's several bodies, almost like a homunculi of some sort.
And are they fresh?
Yes, they are.
I will relay the information to my team.
Cool.
Why do we always end up in these places?
And that's what we do, darling. That's what we're paid for.
Oh, yeah. This is fair. How much space I will ask Liam how much space he needs for his ritual.
Muted Liam.
Yeah.
Sorry, I forgot I just did that. Probably a private area, big enough that I can it's supposed to be a trap, so probably big enough that I could trap the creature.
Sure. Does my underling have an area he can take him to that's sized appropriately for that?
Yes. There is. They lead Liam, as well as Marcus and whoever follows, over to a kind of a sub basement, where there is a bed and chained to. It's like a wooden bed. Chained to it is a man, completely naked, and kind of just stretched out with chains.
That's new.
Yeah. Feel free to use this space if you need to conduct yourself in any way. And just kind of heads back up.
Well, that was new.
I'll, I guess, start prepping the ritual, drawing the circle and whatnot.
Start getting ready and everything.
I'm not casting it yet, but just getting it ready.
Excellent. All right, what's everyone else doing during this time?
I'm going to hang out outside of the range of Liam's thing to make sure he's not by himself, just in case something bad happens again. And
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm just gonna
So
chill.
leave me in the room to make it room.
Yeah, you are focused on this. You probably need a little bit of protection, so I'll wait near the staircase, out of range of whatever might happen there, and chill out.
Excellent. Elizabeth, what are you up to?
Realizing that to trap this, we will probably have to get the creature into that room. I'm going to start poking around and I guess looking for the creature, because if anybody's going to chase it, it'll be me. I always get stuck with that job. So I'll kind of slip out when I can and start poking around. See if I find anything that I recognize from stuff we may have seen in the Taylor's place or the sounds or stuff like that.
Yeah. Perfect. Go ahead and give me an information move. And while you were doing that, Helena, what are you up to?
Helena is staying within earshot of Marcus and Liam, but is actually very curious about the group that has put this together, and is going to network.
Yeah.
She wants to know who put this show together, because clearly they're quite skilled, and we need to be friends.
Go ahead and give me an information move. And while you roll that, I will hop on over back to Elizabeth. What'd you get?
Not doing well. Roll the 6.
No. Oh no. Okay. So you find the creature. You notice as you're walking that someone bumps into you. It is a man with kind of this short blonde hair and bright blue eyes. But you notice that this person is kind of where you threw the dagger is kind of like wincing at it, even though this person looks like completely normal and not what the monster you anticipated would look like. But that wound is kind of there. And as they look at you, they're like, "Don't I know you?"
I have one of those faces.
He kind of comes up close, kind of breaching your like bubble and sniffs. I would have sworn I've smelt this before.
I doubt it. You've probably seen me around on the streets. I'm in this area occasionally.
He takes a few steps
or
back.
Or perhaps you've heard stories of me. And I am going to launch into using my playbook move.
All right, what do you got?
Tall Tales. I'm going to launch into this grand story about how I single-handedly stopped a train robbery.
Excellent. All right. Do you need to roll for this, or does it just...
I do need to... Wait. Let me find it. Yes, I do need to roll.
Excellent.
Come on, luck, come back. This is presence.
Yeah.
I think. I rolled an 8.
All right.
So they fall for my charm, or
yeah,
they reveal a clue.
We'll say you're kind of in that because it was a kind of a hit with some complications. We'll say like this is one of those conversations they desperately want to get out of, but like they're still like, what's going to happen next? Like it's obvious, like as long as you keep talking, they're not going to kind of shift or move around. Though you do see that they've picked out this vial from their pocket. So for now, you have them enraptured by this strange American tale of trains and all sorts of stuff. Helena, how'd you do with networking?
So the Janus mask, can that only be invoked by one of us each round, or do each of us have that?
I think everyone can invoke it, so we'll go with that. If you would like,
I'm
to
gonna
use
need to because I rolled a 3.
it. Holy,
So-
okay.
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
No, that's fair. That's fair. All right, so you invoke it, boosting up. With every Janus mask, especially with this, we have to see what would have happened if you failed. And I think it is very accurate to say, like, as you're networking and they kind of get a whiff that you might be onto a little bit something more, you get cut up and made into one of these mannequins. But luckily, this is an alternate timeline where you are successful and don't fail completely. So you are kind of like making some inroads and stuff like that. And one of them definitely like for the complication will kind of point at the blonde-haired person that Elizabeth is chatting with and saying, "Oh, let me introduce you to the head of our order, and it'll get you acquainted with everything." So it looks like he's about to go over and pull this man away from Elizabeth's tail.
I will head over then if it's going to take the heat off of Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, and really everyone except for Liam sees this thing. And Liam, you're able to finally complete your trap.
Okay. Okay. Um. So should I roll for my trap? See if it's.
Not yet. We'll so we reserve that tension for when it's necessary. I guess for my instance, what are you doing now that you're done? You see Marcus just up the stairs. It seems like Elizabeth and Helena, when you come up, are kind of in a very dire situation potentially. There's definitely some like, and Marcus, you would see this definitely from this blonde-haired person. Some I guess more than a passing curiosity concerning Elizabeth.
I'll go up to Marcus and say that the trap is done and prepared.
Very well. Let's rejoin the party then. It looks like
Do you have any
our
fire prepared?
What?
I was asking if we had any fire prepared.
Elizabeth has some tools to make fire, but that I feel might be a last resort in a crowded building. There might be laws against that.
So we should see. We should see what's happening.
We should rejoin our dates. And I will walk with Liam so that we can meet up and match our dates almost simultaneously, so it looks very smooth, like we are coming back from doing something and can make not a grand entrance, but an entrance that puts us all together in the same place at the same time.
Yeah, you kind of bring back like 2 wine glasses.
Yep. Exactly.
Like, yeah, got you punch. And this blonde-haired guy is just kind of like, he puts his object back away and shakes his head. Maybe. Good story, though. It was amazing, the things that you've done.
Every bit of it's true.
Is this about the buffalo, or which story did you tell?
It's about the train robbery that I stopped. You've heard it before.
Oh, I have heard that one. I did not know which one you told. You tell so many good stories.
I've been many places.
Seen many
So
things.
what's your story?
Mine or his?
You don't know.
I say to the blonde man that we all know is secretly the monster.
Yeah, he bows and says, "Well, let me show you." kind of with a peppy step to his step, heads on up to a stage and pulls out a scalpel and says, "The Order of the Psalms has existed to create the personification of beauty for a decade now. Staring out before you in the creations that we've been able to put together, I feel that we're at the cusp of what is truly beautiful. And so tonight I will be gathering the last bits of what's required." And he pulls out his vial and drinks it. As he does, you see kind of this like black flame erupt from his eyes, and it kind of burns away the flesh of his face and twists him into like this dark creature of long black hair and pale eyes, with these scalpel-like claws for hands or fingers. What are you doing?
Fair enough.
I'm probably backing towards the room with the trap, like slowly gripping my cane, because I'm not great in physical combat.
I'm looking for a bottle of liquor. Is there one nearby?
Yeah. There's like one of the servants kind of walks by with absinthe or something like that.
That's actually my
I'm
place.
going to use my knife and cut a strip from my shirt quickly, and I'm going to make an improvised firebomb out of this.
Yeah. All right. So this is a night move. What do you fear will happen if you fail?
That I'm going to get my face cut off. I mean, that's probably front of my mind right now, followed closely with
that's
getting
fair.
trapped in a burning building.
Yeah. All right. Roll, and let's hope you do it well and not roll like we have been.
Hang on, is this with vitality?
Yes.
Okay, so I actually have
So you do get
advantage
to
because of my
roll.
curse.
Yeah. Roll one extra dice and take the higher of the two. Oh my gosh.
It doesn't matter.
So it's going to happen worse than what you anticipated. Like, you throw the bottle and it feels like you've thrown it. It's amazing. It's great. But everyone else, you notice that this Molotov just kind of flies up in the air and lands back down on Elizabeth, erupting in flames. So Elizabeth, you are now on fire. Kind of the pain searing and going through your whole body. But the monster is kind of freaking out that someone would set themselves on fire to scare them. So that's a good thing.
Yeah.
What's everyone else doing?
So I will have my minion try to put out Elizabeth, and then I will try to scoop up some of the flame on the blade of my spear and stab said monster. Because it's coming from my face anyway. I held it in the book this one time.
Go ahead and make a night move. What do you fear will happen if you fail?
I fear he's going to cut my face off, / I'm also going to set myself on fire at this point in time, because this is going horribly. Apparently I'm going to fail to be a warrior and set myself on fire.
We're professionals.
We are. We were professionals up until this exact moment. Look at that. 5. I also will apparently set myself on fire.
Oh my gosh.
I'll actually use a mask for that and at least only kind of complicate myself.
Yeah.
Because I have not used the Janus mask yet. Clearly a horrible alternate reality where I set myself on fire and do horrible. I feel this time maybe I only set my spear on fire and it might destroy my spear.
Yeah, definitely. Like in that alternate it's horrific. But in this case, yeah, your like spear breaks as you kind of thrust forward and it smacks against the column right behind it, snapping. And then the thing does kind of lurch away. Kind of towards where Liam is, kind of not wanting to deal with all the fire and the well-muscled people. Helena, what are you up to?
Okay, so Helena sees this go down, and she looks at the monster and says, I'm actually, because you said there was a guy in chains in another room, right? Was that near the trap?
Yeah,
It's in the
that's
same
right
room.
in the room with the trap. Yeah.
Same room. Perfect. Perfect. Helena is going to stay cool and calm and keep her composure and tell the monster, I'm actually quite interested in what you're doing here. And I'd like to assist you. I brought my tools with me if you would need assistance.
Go ahead and make a night move. What was the worst thing that could happen if you fail?
The worst thing that could happen is
Other than you get set on fire.
that Helena ends up one of his victims and doesn't get to complete the child.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and roll.
Please. Okay, that's not as bad. That's a 7.
Oh my gosh.
If it's composure.
It'd probably be presence. Maybe.
Then it's just a 6.
Do you have a justification for composure?
Yes, because there's literal fire around me and I'm staying cool and calm and collected.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, we'll go with that. The literal fire does.
And calculating. This is a very calculating move.
You're also trying to keep a straight face while lying to a like murderous monster.
Right? Yeah.
So I'm trying to figure out what the complication will be. It throws you a vial.
Do I have to drink it?
You don't have to, but it seems like that's the next step. You can get all the feet you want if you just drink the vial.
I don't need any more feet. I have my feet.
More feet equal a better human.
Well, it's a one shot. Fuck it. I'm gonna drink it.
Yay. All right, cool. So yeah, your like face burns off and you become like this large, hairy, dark thing with long nails. So you'll get advantage on vitality. But if something bad happens, if you fail like a roll with vitality, you'll want to maul one of your friends. So yeah, just that. Liam, how's it going?
I do say, I now know who drew the picture of me in that book.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's all coming together. What you up to, Liam? You have this thing kind of moving towards you. You look like the little fishy.
Probably what I want to do is get its attention and try to get it to follow me into the room. So I'm kind of imagining I like yell out to it, remember me?
It does, and it will follow you. So this is when you should roll for your magic trap. It's kind of like chasing you down the stairs, its mouth opening wider and wider to engulf all that is you.
Oh, please tell me you haven't used the Janus mask yet.
No, I've not. I'm gonna use that now. That's a 5.
What'd you get? Can't.
We
Oh
love
gosh, never
fives
use
here.
roll. Yeah, never use roll 20. Like holy heck.
Mhm. We love
I've
fives up
never
in this
been
place.
this sad. So I used my mask to at least succeed partially.
Excellent. So it kind of what does this trap look like when it springs out?
I imagine it as it's like a circle on symbols and the candles and all that. And then once it enters it, like a light flashes up and is like stuck in the circle. It cannot escape from the circle.
Excellent.
Um,
We will say
Uh,
for the complication, that it has your hand. So it's kind of like almost reaching through the bars of a jail cell. Like it can't do anything else to you, but it still has your hand in its
Yeah.
arm. Like just
well,
kind of
potentially what it is literally I wasn't able to get my hand out of the circle in time, and it's just grabbing me from within.
Yeah. It's just kind of like looking at it and looking at you. What are you gonna do?
What I'd want to do is probably give my cane a quick twist, and once again the blade comes out, and I'll try to like stab the arm holding me.
Excellent. All right, go ahead. Do that night roll. I think the worst thing that could happen is it just takes your arm. That sounds
Yeah,
like
probably like, cutting off my arm entirely. That'd be vitality probably, so that's a 6.
fair. Dang. Yeah, it kind of
I
like
lost
twists. Yeah, in a way that you end up like slicing through your own hand, so you fall back Luke Skywalker style, without your hand. Um, and so for this, as like in this chaos and everything, all sorts of like Elizabeth is on fire. The fire is spreading. It looks like one of the thralls is like hopping on Elizabeth in order to put out the flames and such. Helena has become this dark creature with wrathful lust for human flesh. Marcus, what are you up to? I know your spear shattered, but like
My spear shattered, but I'm alive and unharmed. Can I see that Liam has succeeded,
Yeah.
or hear his yelling and screaming about his arm being cut off now?
Yeah, like everything's fine. I don't have my arm.
If Elizabeth is out
My
enough,
last.
if Elizabeth is out of fire enough, and the creature is contained inside his trap, and the building is burning down around us, which is what it sounds like is happening in this scenario, I will scoop up Elizabeth, grab like something that can basically use as a torch to put between me and Helena, because I don't know what's wrong with these British people, and I will bounce. Like, that's my plan at this point in time.
Excellent. Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're just going to flash forward to like the dawn, right? All of this has happened.
Because that complicates buying of the materials.
Yes. So we'll get to that point because I feel like, you know, with everything burning down and this thing being trapped, it's like, okay, it should die, right? It should die with the whole building caving in on it. But you guys are yeah. So you guys are having breakfast. So we'll go around on what were like the final moments, like what happened last night, like the end. How did it end
question about breakfast. Does Helena transform back, or is she at the breakfast table looking like that? Because I feel that's a very different conversation. I'm just asking.
I'll leave that to Helena to answer.
Then I volunteer Helena goes first.
All right. So Helena is back to looking like her normal self. And is last night what happened was so her plan was to assist this creature so that we could get it into the room, and that did not go well, clearly. And now she is cursed. And so she we do get the creature into the room, and I will let Liam tell how that goes down, but I'm assuming that the trap works and the creature is taken, and the guy's still there on the bed, and I am now a monster. So I'm going to take his head for my child,
That sounds
which
fair.
Liam might witness.
Yeah, it's probably like in between the bouts of pain. I mean, you also could grab a hand if you want. As
I'm not
Liam lends a
exactly the most
hand.
moral person, so I don't think I care that much.
Right? I'm like, I take his head and then I turn around and look at you and do this at you. My claws. And put the head in my handbag and go home, and I add it to the child.
Excellent.
And
all
that's
right,
my
Liam.
evening.
I'll say what happened is, to begin with, I tear a piece off my jacket to stop the bleeding of my arm. But as I am doing that, I hear a cracking noise, and I look over to the monster in the circle, and the candles are flickering, they're about to go out, and before I can leave the room, the candles poof out, and I know I've been cheated from buying supplies. Something was not fully authentic about my supplies. But as the creature laughs and starts crawling towards me, a piece of burning ceiling just drops down and pins it to the ground. And I just look at it and say, say goodbye to your face. And I quickly exit the building.
Yeah. All right, Marcus.
I sit at the table making sure that my eyes are on Helena because there's some trust issues going on right now.
I like to add that I have instead of a hook for a hand, I have a knife that I'm just cutting my food with.
Fair enough. I am eating my breakfast more solemnly than normal, looking over and being like, we need a better plan next time. We definitely need a better plan.
All
I need
right,
to buy
and
better
Elizabeth. Yeah, Elizabeth, how did the night end for Elizabeth?
Yeah, once I managed to roll out with the help of the thralled flames, and Marcus helped pull me out, and saying the same thing last night that I'm saying this morning at breakfast. It went exactly as I planned. It worked. We got out of there. We're fine. We got the monster. I did, however, set up in the middle of the dining table. There's a line of candles that are lit between Marcus and I and Helena. Just since we know the creature hates fire. Also keeping a close eye on her.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you did lose another knife at that party. So, yeah, so cool. So yeah, that's kind of how it's going to end. I will say, because of the complication earlier, you can almost see as we zoom out of the Hargrave house, shifting back to the remnants of the old mansion, that a beam of wood just kind of slightly shifts and a clawed hand extends from that rubble. And with that, that has been the Between. I have been Penny for a Tale. You can find me here as well as other places. Just follow me on Twitter to find out where. But I will be having Ian, our tech person, take over as I head off into other directions. But as that happens, everyone else, please introduce yourself, where they can find you, plug all the things that you can, starting with Paul Marchant and then going around like we did before.
I'm Paul Marchant. I'm on Weave the Tale running Asunder on Tuesday nights. This is a lot of fun for everybody. You can find me on Twitter at PaulMarchant6. I don't have a lot to say. It's a great time.
And I am Nikki, and you can find me as Halfling_Nick NIK pretty much everywhere that I do social media. I I host a talk show called TRPG. It is very fun. You should definitely check it out. We interview 2 guests per episode and have a musical guest in between. So it's like a real late night talk show. Super fun. So follow me on Twitter and keep an eye out for that.
I'm Anna, also known as Archibald Death Bunny. You can find me on Twitter at Archibald Death Bun. Every other Sunday, I'm over on Guild of the Phoenix, playing Cyberpunk Red. And then starting next Wednesday on Valdrin's Twitch channel, we will be running an Animorphs Blades in the Dark campaign that she will be running. It'll be dark, it'll be violent, it'll be full of 90s nostalgia. So come check it out.
I'm Zach Johnson. You can find me at Chaos Woods on Twitter. I am running games on Start Playing Games. I am currently running Lost Mines of Foundelver. If you're a new player or old experienced player who hasn't played for a bit, feel free to join. The link to that is going to be on my Twitter. And if you're interested in random D&D 3D prints on Instagram, met at a tavern, I'm going to be posting stuff about that. This is just a cat that I printed. It's not D&D, but it's what 3D printed thing I have on hand.
Ooh. That's so pretty. And I'm Ian. I've been the keeper the whole night, haven't I? Just kidding. I've been lurking in the shadows and watching, and I have to say, well done, everybody. That was absolutely beautiful. I mean, you took the setting and you made one heck of a one shot out of it. If we like it, if we churn some love, maybe we reach out. Maybe we do another one or a different one shot of some sort. Who knows? Wednesdays, it's for the community. I know we're doing a drawing right now. I will have the results soon for the 3 PDFs in the giveaway. We're also doing the giveaways for the charities, so stay tuned if you actually engaged with the Masks charity this Monday. We're giving away a ton of prizes from our sponsors. I want to give a shout out to them before we go for the night. Evil Hat Productions, Tin Star Games, Helmgast, Adam Lawson, and Modifius. Thank you so much. We could not have done this season without you. But I think that's what we have for tonight. We have nothing tomorrow because tomorrow's Thursday. I said that with a lot of confidence. But Friday, we have Relics at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We have Dragon Age at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then we have Cult at 10 p.m. for our little midnight show. They're all a blast. And then we have Fallout on Saturday. I will be running it. It's also a blast. We're like getting into 3rd episodes. We're starting to get into like really the thick of it. And then, of course, on the sister channel, Penny for a Tale, on Sunday, I'm running Pathfinder, Age of Ashes. That is always fun. But again, thank you so much for watching, and good night.